Yeah, This match will be 5 minutes.
It's even cost them, but it's cost every team money. It's Sheffield United. When you get it over 3 years of parachute, if you come back up, it stops. So because Sheffield United have stopped down, they've got to have more parachute. Whereas if then it comes back up, what it is, they get parachute claims, it's a lot of money. But because Sheffield United have come on, the parachute claim would have stopped their second year. Because they're stopping down there, they're going to get a parachute claim, which means some of the premiums get less. So it's cost every premium of millions.
Good morning and welcome back to Northampton. We've made a day 4 here in the county championship. We've got Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire making their way out to the middle. The umpires just ahead of them as well. Current scores on the doors. Northamptonshire have a lead of 248 with 6 second innings wickets remaining. It'll be James Sales on 49 and Safe Save on 22. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. Stream here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Daffabet. And Aaron, we've kind of constructed an interesting day for ourselves, having had some pretty turgid and slow cricket in days 1 and 2.
We have, yes. As a result of that declaration, it was a pretty audacious one in terms of the runs behind that Gloucestershire found themselves. It was 90, wasn't it, in terms of that instant lead for Northamptonshire. But to be honest, I think both of us and everybody in the ground really enjoys that. The fact is, both of the respective head coaches, Mark Lane and Darren Lehman, I guarantee they've had that that chat in terms of making a game of this. And as a result, we are now set up for what should be a very intriguing day's play. We'll start with Archie Bailey from the Lynn Wilson centre end, but we were speculating and hypothesising yesterday about what that target will be for a potential, well, I say potential, inevitable Gloucestershire run chase. We think around about 300 to 320. I think that would probably suffice for Northants. I don't think we'll see a declaration before then, but we'll wait and see, of course. And the other factor is the overs and the time remaining in the day. So, yeah, we're very nicely set up as Bailey comes into bowl the first ball of day 4.
Starts with a bit of a full toss outside off stump, which is stroked through the offside by Save. And he scored 159 in the first innings. Led that first innings, really, didn't he, of Northamptonshire of 469 on days 1 and 2. Yeah, I think that feels like a sensible number. That lead now is 250, so there'd be 50 to potentially 70 more to play around with there to get to. How quickly can Northamptonshire get there, I guess, is the question for Safe and Sales, as Safe tries to run that one past Miles Hammond at point. Because it's 96 overs with a hard 6 p.m. cut-off, isn't it, this evening? So if it's not done, you lose it, and you're not staying here till 7 o'clock like you're able to do on days 1, 2, and 3. So Northamptonshire, do they want 2 new balls in this final day? It would feel like a nice thing to get if they can get it. It's obviously not guaranteed, and they come every 80 overs. So that's nicely played by Save. They'll have a look for a couple. I think they'll come back for a fairly comfortable 2. So with that in mind, 96 overs of the day. If you want that second new ball, you're going to want at least 6 overs with it as a minimum, I think. And even that feels quite light. So if you have the 96, you take it down, you bat 8 overs, which takes it down to 88. You then have to lose 2 for the turnaround, which takes it down to 86. So then you end up with that 80 overs plus 6 with that second new ball at the end of the day, as Zabe times that one really nicely through the offside. And that is going to be 4 down to the cover point boundary. What a enterprising start this has been for Northamptonshire. 8 runs coming off the first 5 balls.
Very much so. And you can see the intent right from the get-go here from Safe. Every single shot he's looked to score from. So whether or not that is in Northant's mind in terms of potentially taking a second new ball, it hasn't really done too much in the previous 2 innings. But I mean, Darren Lehman did join us here in the comms box yesterday. He did say that was something which was being pondered. Bailey here to Zabe, dug out to Hammond at point for no run. So yeah, it just depends realistically how many runs they can score in this first 8 to 10 overs, because as you said, if you're going to commit to having that second new ball, you can't have 82 overs and have it right at the end of the day's play and have those 2 overs at the end. You're not really going to generate too much. You've got to have it for at least 5 to 7. So yes, it remains to be seen, but you can definitely see there's a real change in intent right from the start here at Wantage Road.
Absolutely right. Final ball of the first over. And there's a single taken. It might be 2, actually. The misfield will allow Zabe to come back for a second. So a good start to the day. 10 runs coming from it. And hey, if Northamptonshire can go at 10 and over, then that 320 comes around pretty quick, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. The lead currently stands at 258. So if we were to extrapolate at 10 runs per over, you're looking at around about 6 overs with the new ball, aren't you? With that -2 with the innings change. So yeah, it would take some doing, to be honest. Of course, it's a nice start to the day's play, but yeah, whether or not Northamptonshire can maintain that accelerated start, of course, remains to be seen.
Yeah, well, you'd put your money on Safe being able to maintain it, wouldn't you, regardless of who's bowling. Sales, I would imagine, will be slightly more watchful. Isn't the banker on the team sheet for the Steelbacks during the T20 Blast, which starts in less than a week's time, but clearly a very stylish cricketer and able to knock the ball around at a good rate. Plus, he'll have the short leg side boundary to contend with here is it's going to be Tom Price, isn't it, from the David Capel end to start proceedings on the other side of the ground from us this morning. Sales is on 49, so he's one away from what would be a third first-class 50 this summer. Times that through mid-wicket, and there is a misfield, which will enable Sales to come through and complete that third first-class 50 of 2025. And a nice round of applause for the Northamptonshire number 4, those staff members on the balcony and the supporters that have made their way into the ground. If you are listening and you're local, then hey, I've been told it's free entry today. And also we are set for genuinely a fascinating final day of cricket, because both teams are going to try and win this game, and that will be a fascinating series of events to see how that plays out. Save looking to continue the form that he started in this morning. He's on 32. Lead by 259. Do you think if it was... What do you think is more important, the number or the overs left?
It depends whose perspective you're looking at it from.
From Northamptonshire.
From Northamptonshire's, I think it's probably score first.
Okay.
That's my personal point of view as Price bowls here to Zabe. Zabe advances down the track and whacks it over the top. Goodness gracious me, that is a fine strike from Safe Zabe all the way for 6 runs. And yeah, I think Safe Zabe is echoing that message. It's runs first and foremost. Let's take a look back at this shot. Picks up the length of that dead early and just dispatches it downtown for 6 runs. Lovely, lovely shot that from the Northants all-rounder.
Yeah, just shimmies down, creates that half volley length, doesn't he, and deposits it back over the bowler. I think it just about cleared the boundary rope. So certainly not the biggest strike that we'll see from Safe in 2025, but certainly motoring along. 38 off 50 now. That one whipped through mid-wicket up towards the heavy sweep. Will certainly come back for a second. It might be a third, although the ball is in hand now. Sabe will take on the fielder and will complete the third comfortably. He moves up to 41. I mean, this has been, hey, the cards are on the table now. This is get to whatever number they've spoken about as quick as you possibly can, and let's make sure that we do get 2 new balls available for this fourth and final innings, which just guessing and looking at those numbers, then it does feel like it is going to be a 88, 89, 87 overs remaining in the day, and then lose 2 for the declaration and the innings change. Nicely played by James Sales. Sales, I think, has got to obviously be more than capable to really tick it along, but he's got a pretty easy role here just to get Safe Zabe back on strike, I think.
Yep, would completely agree with that. And this is a nice little test, isn't it, for Safe Zabe before the T20 blast starts, of course. Northamptonshire begin their campaign away against Yorkshire at Headingley on Friday the 30th of May, and then they're right here, aren't they, on Sunday the 1st of June in that double header, which should be absolutely phenomenal.
It's just into the thigh pad from Price. Sabe's going to look for a second, but rightfully turns that one down as Gloucestershire's field is relatively spread here. Obviously, Gloucestershire have played their part in this, haven't they? They declared 90 runs short of where Northamptonshire were in that first innings. And, I mean, potentially they could, because they will have an intention to go out there and attempt to chase down whatever is set for them, hence that declaration. They're not going to go and bat in this day and just block it out and play for a draw. They could think about field placements in order to try and get Northamptonshire to where they want to be quicker, and then in turn give themselves a few extra overs in that run chase in order to go and chase down whatever is set. But it's Bailey from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Short leg side boundary for Safe Zabe, and that's just lifted a little bit off a length. Through to the keeper, Bracey.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, isn't it? Because already you look at that lead, it stretched to 270. So you look at the position at the start of today, it was 158 for 4, wasn't it? So already 22 runs have been added to that tally. Maybe 86 overs actually isn't a million miles off, is it, at this stage? Because Northants are going along at a decent rate here as Bailey bowls to Zabe.
Yeah, that's going to run away for 4. just catches up with that one outside off stump, and it runs up towards the Spencer Lounge for another boundary, and Zabe moves to 45. The lead now 2-7-4. So it'll be 46 runs to go if, of course, 320 is the number that they were looking at.
Well, at this stage, it could be more, couldn't it?
It could be. It could be. Do you think that would mean that this is the bit that I'm a little bit kind of confuddled with, is whether it is a case of, well, do you use those extra overs to bowl? One's going to be a quick single into the leg side. And if of course 320 is the number, we've got absolutely no idea. We're just guessing, aren't we? We're guessing, and we're trying to create a scenario that may or may not play true, but feels logical. I'm sure you went back home yesterday evening and gave it some thought and played out some scenarios in your mind. I did exactly the same yesterday and got some pens and papers out and started jotting some numbers down. So that was kind of the ballpark as to where I got to, with some very amateur village cricket mathematics going on last evening.
Yeah, mine was quite similar, to be honest, as Bailey bowls here to Sales. Now, we worked out just in front of square leg. They think about coming back for 2, but it will just be the single. Yeah, initially we said around about 380, didn't we? But just looking at the run rate so far this morning, the intents and the proactive nature of Safe Zabe in particular so far in this morning session on the 4th day, I think it will be more than that. So maybe 320, 330. Again, it is just speculation, of course. The only team that will know a total that they're happy with is Northamptonshire County Cricket Club.
Absolutely. Bailey bowling nice and straight towards Safe Save. He just drops it in the leg side for a single. Ben Charlesworth out on the boundary, tidying that one up. And of course, with that conversation that we had with Darren Lehman yesterday afternoon, just talking about the fact that he and his side will be prepared to lose a game in order to try and win one. So they're certainly going to, or if that's certainly going to be the intention, then they're going to err on the side of aggression, aren't they, rather than caution with any form of declaration. It's just held there in the pitch, isn't it? It's caught James Sales a bit by surprise, as he just indicates back to Safe Save, exactly that. Tried to get into a position to play a pull shot there and ended up kind of blocking it in the air to short cover. Fortunately, it did fall well short of anybody. But partnership's worth 87. It's 187 for 4, the score, which translates to 277 for 4 with the lead, as Tom Price whips the jumper off and will continue bowling to Safe Save with that short offside boundary.
Yeah, and just touching upon I suppose, the need for wins at this stage, just to contextualise it. Of course, we saw yesterday Lancashire losing by an innings and 3 runs to the table toppers Leicestershire. Price bowls here to Safe Save. It's short and whisked away around the corner. There'll be a chase on for the fielder. It's Van Buren down there, who's done really well in the end just to corral that back and prevent the boundary. Zabe comes back for a second, but with that victory for Leicestershire, again, they continue to stretch that points tally up the top of the tree.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the big one in terms of that second place battle was Glamorgan. Glamorgan beating Middlesex. So, as a result of that, both of these sides, in order to almost stay in the mixer at the halfway point, need a win here today.
Yeah, it certainly felt more important, hasn't it, as Zabe takes a quick single through to James Bracey and brings up his 50 in the second innings. 50 or 58 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6. Score up to 190. Lead of 280.
He's had some game, hasn't he? Safe Save, 209 runs and counting across the 2 innings. He has been absolutely exceptional.
He certainly has. James Sales then back on strike. That's driven down the ground. I think that's going to beat the fielder at mid-on. It is. So Sales now getting into the work as well. That one was a bit more bludgeoned, wasn't it? Down through mid-on for 4. So that's just racing along nicely. 284. That's 92.5 overs. So again, if we're getting towards that 88, and if we're getting towards that 88, Northamptonshire 4.5 overs left. 4.5 overs to pick up 26 runs. It's possible. It's certainly doable. There's no doubt about that. Particularly with cricket shots like that, as that goes past the bowler, Price, past the diving fielder at mid-off, and Sales goes back-to-back boundaries. And, well, Northamptonshire getting on with this in a hurry. They want as long as possible to bowl at Gloucestershire here. Price there disappointed with himself that he didn't get a mitt on that. Would have had a moment there when he thought he would have been in for a caught and bowled, but the lead now up to 288. Of course, we could be completely wrong.
We could be, yep. It is entirely possible. Price bowling here to Sales. That one just clubbed into the turf, and it'll be racing down towards Van Buren for a single. Yeah, again, it is just the hypotheticals, isn't it? But we're trying to think inside the minds, aren't we, here, of Darren Lehman and that Northants camp, and what they would be happy with. Of course, we're just trying to speculate something and almost try and restrict our confusion as well, and lay out this plan for how the game could pan out. But I think 320, 330 at this stage, depending on how the next few overs go, as Zabe pulls that away for another single.
Yeah, so that's 41 overs complete in the innings. That shot there brings up the 200 for Northamptonshire, which brings about a nice ripple of applause from those that have made their way into the ground this morning. There's 92 overs remaining in the day, so we've had 4 enterprising overs of first-class cricket so far. That shot there by Safe Said also brought up the 100 partnership between himself and James Sales, the second of which they've been able to construct against Gloucestershire. So the lead now 290. 290 on the board. 92 overs. Of course, a reminder that 2 overs will be lost when the teams change innings. So that will be obviously a consideration as and when a declaration comes. Going to be Bailey continuing from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So he runs that one down to fielder at deep third for a single, just trying to getting a little bit finer than what he managed, but it's just one.
Of course, the other thing to take into consideration today is the weather as well. We have had a look at the forecast.
We've looked at several forecasts.
Yep.
I think all 3 of them say something different at the minute.
Yes, but there is a threat of showers between 1 and 3, but we're hoping that that doesn't come to fruition as Bailey bowls here to Sales for no run. It would be a shame, of course, wouldn't it? Because this game is fascinatingly poised now. It really is. The fact is, either way, we are set for some great entertainment on this Bank Holiday Monday. But yeah, we are expecting it to be overcast for the majority of the day. The sun will peer through, as you can probably see here. It's basking the outfield in its radiance. But yeah, that's afternoon weather, especially in the afternoon session. That's where we could lose a few overs potentially. We're hoping that isn't the case, though, as that's a short ball, and that is clubbed through the covers by Sales for 1 run.
Yeah, that's, well, really well timed, wasn't it? Disappointing for Sales that it went straight to the man down there on the boundary. Yeah, you say about the chance of showers. That's certainly what one of the forecasts says. Mine doesn't. Mine says there's absolutely no chance today.
Well, let's hope that is the correct one.
Absolutely, let's hope it's the correct one. We don't know whether it is or not. I mean, it says it's got the first 4 letters of the word accurate at the start of it, so I mean, it stands a chance, but Zabe just dropping that one into the offside. I certainly would say here that Gloucestershire, and the way they've started here with the bowlers and the field placements that they've used, they've not looked to assist Northamptonshire any further than that early declaration with any part-time bowling or fielders in on what would be a circle in order to allow that kind of game just to get on. So that's certainly something that Cameron Bancroft has got an eye on. He's not looking to let Northamptonshire get too many. It's down the leg side. Good take by Gracie. And I suppose as well for Gloucestershire, they'll have one eye on that second new ball as well. They'll be thinking, well, we probably don't want to face it. So can we make sure that Northamptonshire only get 12 balls with it, or even just 1 if we can restrict them and make their life a bit difficult in getting to that number.
Yep, that is a valid point. But I come back to that previous topic of conversation, that the new ball, or the second new ball, we should say, I'll touch upon it after this ball from Archie Bailey to Sales, who uppercuts that down towards deep backward points, will just be a single. It didn't really have the desired impact, did it, across either innings? The vast majority actually came towards the latter stages of those 80 overs. It was via trial by spin, or we saw a couple of late wickets fall on day two with the likes of Bancroft and Hammond making way. So whether or not that makes a massive impact, who knows? But I suppose the key thing for Northamptonshire is that if you don't reach that stage, you'll never know. So it's important to at least have it in the locker, isn't it? Have it in the tank just in case.
Yeah.
That current pattern is overturned.
Completely agree with those thoughts and sentiments. We are going to have a change of bowling from the David Capel end, and it's going to be Graham Van Buren replacing Tom Price. We're going to get a bit of left arm finger spin with the short leg side boundary for James Sales to contend with. The boundary riders making their way out to the leg side. There's a long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square. Although if you even make half a connection into the leg side, you're going to be clearing that boundary rope quite comfortably here at Wantage Road today. It is targeting that short leg side boundary by James Sales. You can just see there, can't you? It's just not his natural game to really try and dominate a bowler and put them under a bit of pressure. He's much more of a stroke maker than a bludgeoner, James Sales. And still, though, he's doing his best and he's playing his part. He's moved on from 49 up to 63 this morning. The safe save comes back on strike, and there's a few more field changes here with the far more destructive Zabe on strike. Obviously possesses both an orthodox sweep and a reverse sweep, and look to create an angle and target that short offside boundary. As it is, he runs it down to deep point for a single. So we are 90.4 overs remaining in the day. So the wind just picks up again, potentially just blows a few more of those clouds over. It's a bit of a long hop from Van Buren, which doesn't really bounce, and Sales gets a bottom edge on it for a single.
Yeah, it is properly gusty, isn't it, at the moment? The flags are fluttering viciously over there on the ground staff shed. Beginning to just calm down a little bit now as Van Buren bowls here to safe Zabe. Punches that off the back foot, or attempts to, I should say, just guides it instead out towards deep point for the single. But yeah, we have seen that actually throughout the game in terms of the wind. What we haven't seen, though, luckily, is the bails being blown off, because you do see that sometimes in the county championship. And Van Buren bowling here to Sales, just whipped bottom hand through to deep mid wicket. Good diving stop there by Miles Hammond for a single. But yeah, just adds another bit of a layer, that, doesn't it, when the bails come off?
Yeah, it does. I'm sure Craig Harvey's got some heavy ones in one of the garages down there. Be able to replace those pretty quick. Final ball of Van Buren's over then. Sales and Zabe advances and skews it, chips it over Bancroft at short cover for a single. So I think it's 6 runs from it. The lead now is up to 300, and there are 90 overs remaining in the day's play. So that's a number that Northamptonshire have got. If that was called now, which it isn't going to be, it would be 3.42 runs per over for Gloucestershire to reach 301 off 88 overs.
That isn't a million miles out of the equation, though, is it? Because we've seen throughout this game, yes, in the first session, it has been quite laboured at times in terms of the scoring rate. It's been around about 2.3 to 2.5, but later on, once you do set yourself, runs are there to be had.
Yeah, Bailey continues, and that's muscled away by safe save down towards deep mid wicket. It's hanging in the air for an age, and he is caught down at deep mid wicket for 56. Safe save. Made 159 in the first, 56 in the second. and walks off. Could be the hero for Northamptonshire in this fixture. No declaration yet, though, as George Bartlett makes his way down the steps and is about to cross the boundary line. But Archie Bailey gets reward for his hard work and hard toil this morning. That's his second wicket of the innings. He got Adi Sharma yesterday, caught by Ollie Price for 24, and he's now dismissed safe for 56. So 10.1 overs, 2 for 40 for the young Archie Bailey.
And he's bowled well, hasn't he? Throughout this game, he was one of the real standouts and positive points in Northamptonshire's first innings. Got those few wickets and bowled nicely. And the other thing about his game as well, he has had to bowl some pretty difficult overs in terms of those effort balls and that short ball tactic. It takes a lot out of the body, and he's just been tireless. Every single over, he's bounded in with great energy, great purpose, great intent. As I said on day one, I genuinely think this guy has got a very bright future in a Gloucestershire shirt. And I felt a little bit unlucky there for safe, purely because we were speaking about the wind.
Yeah, he went with it, didn't he?
He did go with it, and at that very moment, it died. After all of that gust and the flags blustering in the winds, it suddenly just went dead still, didn't it? Otherwise, that would have probably sailed over the rope for 6.
He's carried. As it is, it's Bartlett on strike and get off the mark straight away with a single into the leg side. So over really to James Sales to be the aggressor here. 320 at 88 starting to look pretty unlikely, I would say. 19 still to go from 10 balls, if that is the place that they want to be.
Well, just touching upon that, because I had a look in the live stream comments, and Kieran hypothesised that they could bat for an hour and try and put 360 on and basically kill the game, as Bailey bowling here to safe, and that one is whacked through the covers. That is an imperious 4 off the bat of James Sales, moves him on to 70 from 88. Score moves on to 215 for 5. Is that something that you think could enter the minds of Northampton here, just looking at how freely the runs are being scored at this stage?
Not based on the conversation we had yesterday with the head coach. I don't think he certainly didn't give the impression there was any interest in killing a game, was there? It was a case of very clearly, we will... God. Sales tries to be creative and inventive, and Bailey goes straight through him, hits middle stump, dislodges the bails, and James Sales is dismissed, bowled by Archie Bailey for a very impressive 70 off 89.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. And I think that dismissal shows the intent, doesn't it, to be honest, of Northampton here. They're looking to score runs quickly and try and get as many overs as they can to try and defend that total a little bit later on. But regardless, that is some effort from James Sales. 70 from 89 to go along with his 81 in the first innings. Speaking of fine young cricketers, we had that conversation about Archie Bailey. This right here is the future of Northamptonshire, in my opinion. James Sales is a fine young talent, and he really has stood up to the mark in this game. So it is a 6th wicket to fall in this second innings. Northants fall to 215 for 6. And we'll welcome into the middle the Northants wicketkeeper. It's Lewis McManus.
Yeah, he's a very, very dangerous end of innings, lower order hitter in white ball cricket, is Lewis McManus. We saw those games, didn't we, last year here against was it Worcestershire, I think, Leicestershire as well, then Durham away. Walked out with very few deliveries left and found the boundary straight away. So again, it's just curious, isn't it? Very, very curious as to see what happens. But following on from that point, and I think it's a valid thought from Kieran in the live stream comments, but I would be surprised if that was the case on twofold. One, for what we were told yesterday, and then for the second reason, for what we've seen from Safe Save and James Sales in the last 5 minutes. But it's going to be Bailey to continue. He's got 3 now to his name. Take a single straight away. Cameron Bancroft doing the fielding in there on the leg side. That's McManus to come through for a single. So the lead now 306, 89.1 overs left. And it just feels like it's a sooner rather than later moment. Whether it's the end of this over, the next, or the one after that, it just feels like we're there or thereabouts. So I think Northampton are going to want that second new ball, regardless of the number that they've got there. Nicely played by George Bartlett. Just turned off the hip for a single, so he'll keep the strike. 89 overs remain in the day. 307 is the lead, with McManus on 1 and Bartlett on 2. There's no incentive unless one of these or Calvin Harrison gets dismissed that they wouldn't complete an over. It'd make no logical sense to declare it 4 balls into an over, because you don't get the extra 2 deliveries, you just lose them as well. So, well, this is the over, Aaron, that we thought, wasn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So if this is the over where Northampton should go out and score, well, it'd have to be 13 or so runs, wouldn't it? For our hypothesis, that is. We'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition, as Van Buren bowling here to Bartlett. Shifts his way onto the back foot and punches that out to deep cover for a single. Yeah, feels like this would have to be a pretty big over. And just looking at the field spread, Bancroft probably is aware of that. He's looking at the approach that's being taken by the Northants batting unit, and as a result, he's got plenty of protection out on the boundary at the minute. So is Van Buren yet again bowling here to McManus. That one whistles past the outside edge, and some good love work there from James Bracey, prevents any runs being scored. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. And yeah, a big thank you to yourself, Kieran, for putting that thought in the chat. Keep the interactions coming throughout the day as Van Buren bowls here to McManus. That's a firm sweep. And that would have been a really good stop. Unfortunately, Fred Middleton, though, it's burst through the hands and he's just parried it in towards the advertising hoardings for 4 runs. We'll see the replay of this one. Full, clean connection from McManus. He's known for a sweep shot, and yeah, he was unfortunate there, was the Gloucestershire 12th man.
Yep, so that's 3-1-2. So 5 off the first 3 balls.
Well, McManus again, he's placed that one very nicely indeed. There'll be a little bit of a chase here for Cam Green, who does well to collect that one. The Northamptonshire pair scamper through for 2 runs. Moves that lead on to 314. But either way, regardless of what the target is, I mean, we have got a game on our hands here, and that's all that we could ask for, to be honest. As we've said before, full credits to both sides. They are absolutely desperate for the victory in this one. That one darted in, goes aerial to McManus. It's going all the way for 6 runs, straight into the ground staff sheds. And there we go, 320 comes up for Northamptonshire. So this was the magic marker for us. This was our theory, of course. Let's see what Northampton should do from here. It was a drag down that from Van Buren, deserved to get punished, and McManus here, nice healthy strike rate going at 13 from 5. It's Van Buren to McManus again, attempts to push that through the covers. Cam Green will come around to do the fielding. And that will be the end of the over. 88 remain theoretically in the day. Northamptonshire lead by 321 as Bartlett and McManus just have a meeting in the middle. So Northampton's looking for a few more runs then, it appears.
Yeah, so it would be 3-2-2 to be victorious for Gloucestershire, wouldn't it? And with 86 overs remaining in the day, that would be 3 3/4 runs per over. Just having a look over on the balcony, see if you can get any kind of hints or giveaways from Northamptonshire. And other than seeing Ricardo Vasconcelos in white, I haven't really seen much else movement over there.
No, it is quite quiet up there at the minute as Archie Bailey bowls here to McManus, keeping the Northants keeper on his toes. Yeah, still no movement as of yet, but of course we are keeping an eye out for that. We'll also give you an update in a few moments' time from the game taking place at Derby, because Kent have lost a few wickets in the morning session. Here is Bailey to McManus. Good short delivery, that, keeping the Northants keeper on his toes. But again, that is another massive game in the second division. Of course, Derbyshire currently, I think they're in third place at this stage, just because of that victory for Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens over Middlesex. But you look at the current state of the game, bare minimum, that should be a draw for Derbyshire. They should not lose that game from that situation. Making Kent follow on as Bailey bounds in here to McManus. McManus again whacks that out towards deep mid-wicket. Doesn't quite get as clean of a strike on that one, and as a result, it plugs a bit, and Cam Green can easily just scoop that up for 2 runs. But yeah, as for these two sides, 5 bonus points each. They matched one another in that capacity. 2 bowling bonus points and 3 batting bonus points. Puts Northants at this stage on 64 points and Gloucestershire on 80. Feels like you can just do with a victory from a Northants perspective, just to put you back into the mixer, get back into those upper echelons in Division 2. McManus rocks onto the back foot on that one, rifles that, laser-like out towards deep cover for a single. And of course, for Lancashire, I mean, goodness me, that was far from ideal end to this first block of fixtures. Another innings defeat for the Red Rose, who just 3 years ago, runners-up in Division 1. Quite staggering how things have changed up in the northwest of the country. As Archie Bailey turns at the top of his mark, he comes charging in with real intent here to Bartlett. Bartlett absolutely clubs him down towards deep mid-wicket. That is dismissive with a capital D from George Bartlett. Goodness me. What a strike.
What a shot that was. I mean, that was all aggression. He's just shuffled at Archie Bailey, who's dropped it short. That has flown through the leg side down to deep mid-wicket.
What a shot that is.
Well, we're not far away, are we?
No, we aren't.
Something's going to happen fairly soon here.
Well, here is Bailey to Bartlett. How can he follow up with that one? And it's a simple drop and run just in front of points. And that will be a single to round out the over. Still no movement as of yet on that balcony. So Northamptonshire happy to keep these runs churning along. The lead stands at 329 with McManus on 17 and Bartlett on 8. What a shot that was from George Bartlett. That really was something special. That getting in the mood for the T20 Blast campaign, which starts this week. That's a crazy thing to come to terms with as well. Feels like 5 minutes ago we were talking about the opening round of the championship as Van Buren comes into bowl here to Bartlett. Nice tumbling stop there from Tom Price. Prevents that from going for any runs. Still very much a spread field. Plenty of protection on the boundary rope here for the South African-born all-rounder. As Bartlett strides forward and attempts to flail that through the covers. Good stop there from the Gloucestershire captain, Bancroft. Van Buren is again here to George Bartlett. And this time he's beaten the effort of the fielder. Gets past Price and there's a little bit of a sprint here for Cam Green. It's the Northants pairing trundle back for an easy 2 runs. The lead stretches past 330. Feels like we might need the calculator again at some point, Dan. I can't say my maths is that good, unfortunately. I wish I could say I was a human calculator.
We'll figure it out at the end of the over.
We certainly will. Well, that will be an additional one to add to the tally. That one far too wide by Graham Van Buren. Just steals himself here as he bowls to Bartlett. And Bartlett's on that short leg side boundary, looks to whip it out towards deep backward square leg. Will be cut off by the fielder. Again, just a single on that occasion. Would have been difficult to run to there just because of how much further in the boundary rope is by comparison. So McManus it is on strike. Looked to shimmy down the wicket then, didn't he? And try and go inside out over cover, but decides to play it along the turf instead. So one last delivery remains in this sorry, in this 47th over. So McManus again sweeps that one out towards deep backward square leg. And that'll be a single to round out the over. So after 47, Northamptonshire 244 for 6.
Yeah, so that lead 3-3-3 now. It's not, but had the declaration have come there, it would have been 84 overs remaining in the day. So 3-3-4 would have been just shy of 4 and over for the remainder of the day for Gloucestershire. As it stands, Northamptonshire keep batting. So it looks like Ollie Price is going to replace Archie Bailey from the Lynn Wilson Centre end.
Yep, and just out of interest, I mean, at what points is this declaration coming from Northamptonshire? Have they got an overs target in mind?
But they're running out of time if they want the second new ball.
Yes, they are.
That's almost getting to a point where that's a little bit irrelevant now. But best here, they're going to get 3 overs from it, which might be enough. It might not be. Alex, who is watching the stream, did make a very good point that obviously on that overcast day with floodlights coming on, there was just an element of uncertainty from the umpires about light wasn't there. I mean, could that be a factor here? Like, would they even get to a second new ball if we are going to have a gloomy afternoon? That's something else to consider, I suppose. But I mean, the biggest thing that they're still considering at the moment is the fact they haven't got enough runs, in their opinion.
It's another sweep shot that in front of square, this time from Lewis McManus. They think about a second. In fact, it'll just be a single. Some sharp fielding out there on the rope from Cam Green. So that lead is just inching towards 340 runs, isn't it? It's Price again here, this time to George Bartlett. That one a far less aggressive shot to the one that we saw him hammer through mid-wicket for 4. Just rolls it along the turf. Price it is once more. Reverse sweep attempted there by McManus. Yeah, there we go. The score has now updated to 246 for 6. That is correct, at least by my recollection. Here is Price again around the wicket. That one a full toss. Drilled back down the ground to Tom Price just for another single. Keeps that lead ticking. 337. We're seeing another couple of people on that balcony now. Just waiting for that signal as and when it comes. Price it is to Bartlett. It's another full toss. Almost a carbon copy with regards to the outcome of that one, as Tom Price does the fielding down there. It's long gone for a single. Lead stands at 338. One final delivery remains in this over. It's Price to McManus. That's a smart take behind the stumps from James Bracey. So Northamptonshire will continue to bat here at Wantage Road with a lead of 338 runs. Of course, the second innings score 248 for 6, but as a result of that earlier declaration from Gloucestershire when they declared their first innings on 379 in response to Northampton's 469, it does give them those additional 90 runs to play with. Looks as though it will be Van Buren as well to continue his stint from the David Capel end. Again, very much a plethora of fielders out on the rope for the South African. It's Van Buren here to Bartlett. Bartlett muscles into that one. I think that will race away. It will do. Yep, can't be stopped out there by Ben Charlesworth. 250 up in the innings for Northamptonshire. George Bartlett moves on to 13 from 11. That is another fine shot, just bringing the bottom hand into play and whisking it through that region. Excellent strike, that's from the Northants number 7. That one very much a Yorker length delivery from Graham Van Buren. Nice riposte and response there from the Gloucestershire man. The former skipper of this side, just having conversations with the current captain, Cameron Bancroft, and Cam Green as well. Van Buren just marshalling his fielders here, putting Tom Price and Cam Green on that offside into the correct position. There'll be some more shuffling of the pack here for Van Buren. Bancroft comes over onto the offside and Matt Taylor is put out towards deep fine leg. In fact, he's moved into more of a deep backward square leg now. After that shuffling, another big shot attempted there by Bartlett. Very muted appeal from Van Buren. I don't think there was too much going on that one, in all honesty. That is another fine shot from George Bartlett. Places that one very nicely. Cam Green will race across to limit it to a single. And now you can see a few more players entering the balcony for Northamptonshire. So I think that declaration will come sooner rather than later. Definitely more movement and more bodies up there compared to the previous over, as McManus this time goes straight back over the bowler's head all the way for 6 runs. That is an outstanding strike from Lewis McManus. You can hear the ripple of applause from the Northamptonshire faithful here at Wantage Road as we see the replay of that one. Quintessential shot against a spin bowler, meeting the pitch of the delivery. A little bit of extra flight there from Van Buren. And unfortunately for the Gloucestershire bowler on that occasion, fortune did not favour the Brave. He's been smashed for 6 runs.
Yeah, I don't think he'll bowl that same ball twice, but I dare say Lewis McManus is going to try and put it back where the ball's just come from. 1 ball left in this over. And that's it, isn't it? That's it. Interestingly, well, that's a perplexing end to that little innings there, isn't it? Lewis McManus just deposited Van Buren for 6 down the ground, and the final ball of the innings was almost blocked into the offside for a dot ball. So that's it. Aaron, time is complete here on Northamptonshire's innings. They have declared on 258 for 6, which is a lead of 348, meaning Gloucestershire will require 349 to win at Wantage Road. Bartlett and McManus have sprinted off the field, as have Bancroft and Charlesworth. But, well, there we go. We knew something was going to happen this morning, and it was going to be quite exciting.
Yep, indeed it is. And with those 2 overs lost as a result of the turnarounds, that's 349 to win from 82 overs. So I've just done the maths. I can't unfortunately say that I've got the capabilities to do it in my head, but it's around about 4.26 runs per over. Looking at the equation here for Gloucestershire. So it will be a pretty hefty run chase. It's been a good first 45 minutes or so that for Northamptonshire. They've done the first task of the day, but I'll tell you what, that is going to take some effort if Gloucestershire are to eventually win this game. I mean, what do you make of the timing of that declaration, Dan?
Hey, look, we thought, and we surmised, and we thought it might have been a little bit earlier, but they will get 2 new balls if it goes that far, if the light plays ball as well. But I think it's quite sporting. I think it's a number there that Gloucestershire won't be intimidated by. It'll be a number that they'll feel confident and can chase, which I think then in turn will provide opportunity for Northamptonshire to pick up the wickets through the course of the innings. So from day 1 and 2, when we thought it was pretty turgid and meandering towards what was going to be a bit of a long and drawn out draw between the 2 sides, I think actually the draw is probably the least favourable of the 3 results at the moment going into the 4th innings. But let's take a 5-minute breather, Aaron, and we'll be back for the resumption of day 4, and we'll be back for the start of Gloucestershire's innings.
This message is brought to you.
Good morning. Welcome back to Wantage Road. Still just about good morning. We've got 4 minutes to go until the afternoon, but we had a pretty enterprising first 53, 52 minutes here in Northampton. Northamptonshire, their second innings has been declared on 259 for 6, which sets Gloucestershire a target of 350 in the 4th innings here at Wantage Road. My name is Dan Jadzovics. joined by Aaron Viles. The stream is powered by Daffabet. And well, we've got one of those crucial first hours again, Aaron.
We have indeed, yes. And just a little bit of an update, because the scoreboard did update just as we were speaking about this. But the target is 350 exactly here for Gloucestershire, with 82 overs in the day remaining. So that is the current situation. In terms of the required run rates, it's touching 4.3. It's around about 4.27. We put it into the calculator in that little innings change, and that's what the situation is. And I've got to ask the question, Dan, before we've seen a ball being bowled.
Yeah.
Who do you think will be the more confident of the two with that situation?
That's
because
a horrible question.
It is, but it's a necessary one, because we've seen at times this game has been attritional. However, there have also been points where runs have been scored very freely, and we saw that with the partnership between Sales and Zabe. We saw it with Cam Green, and we've seen it this morning. So even though 4.27, 4.28 is a decent click by comparison to what we saw on the morning session of day one, for example, who do you think looks at that equation and goes, you know what, we've got the better chance of winning?
Wow. I don't know whether winning, I don't know. 10 wickets have been hard to come by so far across the course of the game. It's been 2 declarations in the innings so far. It's been Northampton were bowled out in their first innings for 469. With that in mind, you'd say 350 runs would be slightly easier than 10 wickets, maybe. But I know it's cliched with this crucial first hour, as Liam Guthrie's going to open the bowling from the David Capel end with Cameron Bancroft on strike, and he's on the money straight away. Gloucestershire, I think, just have to bat normally and properly for this first hour. Get through to lunch. Don't want to lose many more than 1 at best. Anything more than that, I think Northamptonshire get real up and about, and they should be anyway. They really should be. The pitch feels like it's just starting to offer a little bit more assistance for the seamers, a little bit more pace, a bit of carry, a bit of bounce, which will assist the likes of Harry Conway in particular, and Liam Guthrie and Luke Proctor. Guthrie's in again with 2 slips, and Bancroft takes a quick single in on the leg side. That's a good run for Gloucestershire. Get their account open straight away. I just feel there's a big performance from Calvin Harrison here.
Yeah, I would agree, to be honest. I feel like he is the man who holds the keys, isn't he, to Northamptonshire victory. So too is Harry Conway. I think that Conway, with the new ball and also that extra element and degree of bounce as he trundles in front of us here at deep fine leg, I feel like those two, if Northamptonshire are to pull this off, they're going to be the key protagonists.
They are, as Guthrie almost spears in a Yorker to Charlesworth. There are runs all the way through this Gloucestershire batting lineup, though. Bancroft, Charlesworth, Price, Bracey, Cam Green, we saw 100 yesterday. I don't think they'll be intimidated by the number. I think it's a genuinely really sporting kind of last day for both sides, I think. I think the fact that Gloucestershire will have to be a bit more aggressive will create chances for Northamptonshire. Down the leg side. Good take. And the other thing as well is Gloucestershire, with the way that the cricket's kind of changed and evolved over the last 20 or so years, that, yeah, all right, it's 4.3 at the minute, but could drift a bit more than that. That kind of final hour this evening, if 6s, 7s or 8s were required, it's not beyond the realms of possibility to be able to go out and play that way. And I mean, we're talking about the current T20 Blast champions, aren't we? I know the squad's going to be a little bit different, but actually there is quite a lot of crossover between the sides. So Guthrie to Charlesworth, and defended once again to James Sales in there at mid-wicket. But as I say, first goal for Gloucestershire, get through to lunch, don't lose any wickets, and then figure out where you go from there. Because this could be, if you lose 2, 3, trying to go too early at this, maybe 4, I think that's almost disastrous. Whereas I think if you get through that first hour, you can just figure out where you need to be, what you need per over in order to be successful. Northants just need to take wickets, don't they?
Yep.
Simple as that. That's pulled away through mid-wicket. It was in the air, but it was wide of James Sales, who's going to give chase, but the ball is certainly going to win up towards the signal box here at Northamptonshire, and that is 4 to end the over, and it's 5 off the first.
Yep, and that is an excellent strike that from Ben Charlesworth. He's very proficient on the pull shots, and something else to consider. We've spoken about this as the game has gone on. On day one, the outfield wasn't ridiculously quick, especially here with the new ball zipping off the surface. Boundaries are there to be had. It's just a case of whether or not Gloucestershire can get on the front foot as such and put themselves in a position to score them freely.
Yep, definitely so. And you saw as well the innings of Safe Sabe and James Sales. You can just tick it along a little bit quicker. But there were opportunities. That intent created opportunities. James Sale was dropped, wasn't he, at Gully by Cam Green. I think Adi Sharma could have had a couple of, not lives as such, but a few kind of flashing shots that weren't far away from an edge or potentially carrying to a fielder. But Harry Conway will open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and it's Cam Bancroft on strike. It's down the leg side, and lightning surely won't strike twice for Harry Conway and get Cam Bancroft caught down the leg side twice in the same game.
Stranger things have happened, though, haven't they, in cricket? And yes, without sounding too cliche, this is an important partnership, isn't it? Especially with that middle order that Gloucestershire possess, with the likes of Bracey and Van Buren. And of course, I mean, you've got the Price brothers, both of whom are very good with the bat in hand. It's just a case of laying the foundation for those guys.
Just missing the Yorker there, Conway. Yeah, Gloucestershire bat a long way down. They bat a long way down. We saw the type of innings that Zaman Akhtar was capable of yesterday. It was fun. It was free flowing. It was fluent. So as I said, I don't think it's going to be a number they're going to be intimidated by at all.
It won't be, and it's funny you mentioned Zaman Akhtar as well, because, I mean, he played some lovely shots, and can we talk about that pickup for 6 from Matt Taylor?
Yeah, what a phenomenal cricket shot that was.
Unbelievable.
Just flicked off the knee roll, wasn't it, for 6 over square leg. Calypso cricket. Quick single taken by Bancroft there into the offside.
Yep, sensible cricket that. And I was looking in the comments on the live stream, and a few Gloucestershire fans in there, and they seem confident. And to be honest, for good reason, because I was there commentating on that 4th day against Kent, and they were very, very good after a little bit of an early wobble. That's the only thing that I will say. And Cam Green was dropped on 3, but once he started getting into his groove, this is a side who can manufacture a very strong run chase. But Harry Conway will be desperate for wickets here.
He will indeed, as that one is left alone by Charlesworth. 2 slips and a gully in place for Northamptonshire. Liam Guthrie at point. Bartlett at cover. Luke Proctor mid-off. James Sales mid-on. Gus Miller in at mid-wicket, and then Adi Sharma down at almost long leg, isn't it, towards the coffee van there. It's not quite square and it's not quite fine. It's just almost perfectly in between the two of them. As Conway steams in up the hill, and that is some good carry for the big Australian through to Lewis McManus.
It is, and he'll relish this, won't he, Harry Conway? His final stint here at Northants before, unfortunately, the spell comes to an end. He will be absolutely licking his lips at the opportunity to get some wickets here and put his side in a winning position. So, as we said, he will play a pivotal role in this match if the Tudor Rose are to ultimately be victorious.
Certainly will. Final ball of the 2nd over. Oh, it's tried to be walloped off the bails there by Charlesworth, and it goes through to McManus, but, well, maybe it isn't a case of just getting through to lunch and seeing what happens after that. There's been some real intent from Charlesworth.
Yeah, just on that occasion, maybe not the right shot, to be honest. It is still very early days, and already we've seen that earlier pull shot for 4 from Charlesworth, but again, you don't want to be gifting your wickets. There are runs to be had on this surface, but especially to a bowler of Conway's ilk and calibre, as soon as he gets one, he is definitely in the hunt and the search for 3 or 4. Like we've seen that in this stint. As soon as he gets his tail up and you give him some confidence, he is nigh on unstoppable at times when he's almost in that red-hot patch of form. So Gloucestershire have to keep their shape here.
They do, as Guthrie steams in from the David Capelentons. Bancroft and Charlesworth just looking for a single there, trying to take on Gus Miller, but Miller moving quickly to his right just to create a little bit of confusion between the two of them, and batting pair just erring on the side of caution there. 6 for no loss. So require 350 on day 4 at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire require 10 wickets. Well, that's a great bit of fielding. Liam Guthrie. Bancroft for a second then would have thought that was a certain 4. And the left arm quick sticks a mitt out on his follow through, takes a tumble on the grounds. Certainly saves himself and the team 4 runs.
Oh, that's quality. Not just the stop, but the fact that he got it cleanly as well. That is some effort, that, from Liam Guthrie. And that is another factor which needs to be taken into the equation, is the fielding. I thought both sides so far have been exceptional in that category. And we spoke about Adi Sharma earlier. Definitely someone to watch out for.
Yeah, that's cut away. That's going to race down towards the boundary rope. I don't think that's going to be hauled in. The outfield has sped up, and it is going to beat James Sales, who sprints after that one. That's a boundary for Cameron Bancroft. His first of the innings, he moves to 6, and the score moves on to 10.
Yeah, just a little bit too short on that occasion from Guthrie. Invited Bancroft to just play that late and carve it through that vacant region, and he's played that very well. I must say, it's a shot which we've seen Cam Bancroft do an awful lot over the duration of his career, whether that's been in domestic cricket for Western Australia or, of course, on the international circuits. Can't afford to give him that kind of opportunity.
No, they're going to take a quick single there. This finds the gap perfectly between Sales and Bartlett on the offside. Good batting there. Get your boundary. Get down the non-strikers and hand it over to Ben Charlesworth, who's certainly shown signs of a bit more intent than Cameron Bancroft in these early opening moments, although Bancroft is 7 off 9.
Yeah, neither of them have had a sedate start, have they, by any means? It's been very positive and proactive so far from both of the Gloucestershire openers. Guthrie here just needs a little bit of control, though, leaking a few runs at the minute.
Yeah, that's a good start. There is that control. He will do that, Liam Guthrie. He searches for wickets. He is a strike. He is probably the strike bowler in the attack, and does have the ability to swing the ball both ways and prepared to pitch the ball up and be driven. And the trade-off for that is the fact that you do get hit for runs, don't you?
You certainly do, and that is the trade-off. But just needs to back up Conway here. I mean, Conway's been very disciplined throughout the game, and unless Guthrie is getting those wickets, could prove to be a little bit expensive here.
Oh, that's a sore one for McManus, I think. But seeing what the umpire signals here, I think that's gone through as runs. So there was a bit of maybe a toe end or a bottom edge of that one for Charlesworth. It gets a single. Score moves up to 12. Yeah, just a bottom edge on there that just died on McManus at the final minute, as you would expect it to do so. Just an indication that the pitch has just got a little bit of something in it on day 4.
Also, very much an indication of Gloucestershire's approach here, because that was very wide for Ben Charlesworth to go and chase that. You don't often see that early doors in a first-class innings.
Yeah, Conway continues. Charlesworth resolutely in behind it. Conversation here between umpire and Conway about the danger area and making sure that Harry Conway's getting out the way of it.
Yeah, now that is something which Northamptonshire don't want, is a bowler being taken out for that. He's been given the warning by the umpire. Saw it in the Big Bash. I think it was the Renegades had a couple of bowlers, Fergus O'Neill and Will Sutherland, both being taken out of the attack in a Big Bash match for that exact reason.
Yeah, I would hope that first one there is is a conversation rather than a warning. And then obviously, if it were to continue, then it becomes a little bit more official from there, doesn't it? But that one seemed to be okay. Certainly no conversation between the two of them. I don't think Harry Conway was particularly interested in the conversation in the first place, but you would hope that it was a piece of advice to start with rather than an official warning. But yeah, Conway continues. 2 balls done in this over. And that one, oh, that's a good catch at second slip. There's an appeal for LBW as well. Nothing from Conway whatsoever, as it's just cannoned off the thigh pad of Ben Charlesworth, who just rehearses that short arm jab pull shot that he wanted to play. So we get the replay on this one, whether that's just kept a touch low on him, and it's just, yeah, come off the hip, isn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Good catch, though, by Harrison at second slip.
Very good catch. Yeah, very, very good take indeed. But again, just looking back on that, Charlesworth losing the shape of his head there, actually, in terms of the actual movement, wasn't keeping the eyes on that delivery for the entirety of its release. So, yeah, just needs to calm it down slightly here, I think, does the Gloucestershire opener.
Conway back on the money. Charlesworth back in red ball cricket mode. He has got that short leg side boundary, though, Charlesworth, from this end, which is going to be the bit that's going to be the tempter. And he keeps having a look, doesn't he, down towards the scoreboard, just to see where those Northamptonshire fielders are. There's 2 of them down there, one at long leg and one at deep mid wicket. So there's a bit of protection for Harry Conway. Plus, the breeze is going that way as well. So that'll be why it's looking rather tempting for Gloucestershire's opening batter. That one is outside off stump and just drifts away through to the gloves of the Northants keeper. Two slips and a gully for Northants, just as this new ball is hopeful to be providing a bit of lateral movement for the 2 Northants seamers. And Charlesworth there just trying a bit of death touch to guide it past Guthrie at point. Can't get it past him, and it's a maiden. First one of the innings. 12 for no loss after 4. That breeze just picks up once again here at Wantage Road, and cloud cover makes its way over the ground from Northampton Town Centre, which will be another thing that certainly won't upset the Northants seamers if there's a bit of overheads and some overcast conditions around to assist them.
No, it definitely won't. And yeah, of course, they'd love an early breakthrough here. At the end of this over, then, I'll just take us through an update from the other game in the second division. Plenty happening in Derby.
Yeah, Guthrie continues, and that's into the thigh pad, and a delayed appeal from Guthrie there, but too high. Yeah, what's going on up at Derby?
Yes, so in the game between Derbyshire and Kent, who are being forced to follow on after being bowled out for 3-2-6 in reply to Derbyshire's 587 for 5 declared, are 220 for 8. They still trail by 41 runs with 2 wickets still left to go. So we've already seen those victories for Glamorgan and Leicestershire in the second division. Looks increasingly likely that Derbyshire will join that list here on day 4.
Certainly does, doesn't it? Oh, it's a brilliant shot by Cameron Bancroft. Beats a diving James Sales, and that is going to be another 4. It just trickles over the boundary rope at the final moment. There's been a couple of those there for Bancroft against Liam Guthrie. Just cashing in on that width from the Australian left armour. And I think the shot there has just brought about a response and a change of angle from Liam Guthrie as well. He's going to finish the over from around the wicket, over the wicket.
Yeah, and this is really good batting, from Bancroft so far, just punishing anything which is wide or loose from Liam Guthrie. And seeing as though Guthrie is one of your real strike bowling options, if you can just disrupt and not allow them to settle, really does make your life easier as a batsman. So let's wait and see what Guthrie has in store for Bancroft here.
Yeah, it's back into the body, isn't it? And Bancroft turns the ball down to Adi Sharma at long leg for a single. So again, he's been able to do that. He's taken his boundary, then taken one, got off strike. And that run rate for those opening 4.5 overs hasn't really changed. Still just sitting around 4.3 runs per over. Charlesworth now on strike. Defends that there from Liam Guthrie. He just, again, just pushes that a bit fuller, giving it a chance to swing. He looked to swing the ball away from Charlesworth and find the outside edge for one of those 4 catches behind the wicket, including Lewis McManus. Final ball then of Guthrie's 3rd over. And again, Charlesworth defending solidly. So there are a few other options for Luke Proctor and Northamptonshire. Obviously, the captain himself, who's a more than handy operator with ball in hand, finished with 2 for 64 in that first innings. James Sales and Gus Miller could offer options with some seam up. Calvin Harrison, the loanee from Nottinghamshire, to offer the leg spin, and Safe Zabe with his left arm orthodox. Slow left arm, I suppose. And Charlesworth takes the easy single into the offside. So another good over for Gloucestershire. 18 for no loss after 5. Bancroft on 12. Charlesworth on 6. And I think less likely, but there is some right arm orthodox from George Bartlett, but I don't think we're going to see that.
Not to the same extent as a prolonged spell from Calvin Harrison and, of course, from Safe Zabe. Was very impressed with Calvin Harrison, I must admit, and he has been a really good acquisition. That 7 for 119 against Lancashire in particular stood out. And look, he was the man in the last victory here at Wantage Road who sparked it, didn't he? With that delivery to Marcus Harris, stumped by McManus. Good bit of glove work that, and ultimately that was victory number 1 on the board.
It certainly was. Conway into bowl and beats Charlesworth, genuinely beats him this time, 3-2 McManus, as Northamptonshire search for win number 2, as do Gloucestershire. The difference, the big difference between the two sides, obviously there's 1 extra draw for Gloucestershire and 1 extra defeat for Northamptonshire, plus of course a few extra batting bonus points as well, which is a contributing factor between the difference of the two sides. But a win here for either would really just set up that season well for the remainder of it. It would keep Gloucestershire really in the run and the hunt for what feels like second place at the moment in Division 2. And then also Northamptonshire, it will just put them in the mix, won't it? They'll certainly be distant there, but with the addition of Yuzvendra Chahal for the back end of the season, I think they'll be pretty excited about the prospect of the remaining games in the County Championship with the Indian leg spinner available for those fixtures. So it would certainly keep Northamptonshire in the mix. Conway then bowling to Charlesworth. That one dropped into the offside. It's really nicely timed. It's going to run across the square. This one isn't going to go to the boundary. Bartlett's going to do the fielding and will allow Ben Charlesworth back for a 3rd.
Well, just to touch upon that point, really, about maintaining a position for that promotion battle, it is something which Mark Lane spoke about an awful lot on Monday. In terms of having that points tally per game, he wanted it around about 16 points per match. I'll touch upon that after this delivery from Conway, bowling here to Cameron Bancroft. Pushes forward on defence. I mean, if we take a look at this game in isolation, if this was to be a draw, with those 5 bonus points, it's 13 with the 8 draw points. So slightly under what the ideal target would be. However, what you've got to remember is that victory against Kent, which was 20+ points. So that really did kickstart Gloucestershire's campaign into life. And even if this does finish in a draw, they're still up and around there. So I think a draw would definitely suit Gloucestershire more, although I think by this approach, as Conway bowls here to Bancroft, they want the win here.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Both sides do, don't they? It takes a lot of cooperation from both captains and both sets of coaches to be able to kind of have that conversation over the tea break and make an agreement there, which I think is generally good for this game in particular.
It's good for the supporters as well, isn't it? For those who have paid to enter the ground and watch some first-class cricket. Conway bowling here to Bancroft once more. Attempts to work that through mid-wicket, only as far as Proctor at mid-on, but it has just sprung this game into life. I wouldn't say that it was boring cricket, to be honest, in the first 3 days by any stretch. We've seen some really memorable knocks from Saib, James Sales, of course, Cam Green. That 118 immediately springs to mind as well from the visitors' point of view. But in terms of the contest now, you do sometimes get it in the Championship where games do peter out heading into 4, 5 o'clock on day 4. This one won't. The fact is, regardless of what happens in this session, we are set up perfectly for an entertaining end to this fixture. So, yeah, this should be a great run chase, regardless of what happens. And I give Gloucestershire full credit for the approach so far. They're in and around the mix here, aren't they? Charlesworth definitely looking to be the more aggressive of the two, but Northants would absolutely love a wicket here.
They certainly would. I'm not going to get one at the start of Liam Guthrie's 4th over. Yeah, I think that's a really good summary of it. You certainly wouldn't use the word boring or dull. That's not the case. There were some really good batting performances. There were some really good bowling performances. Gloucestershire were fantastic in the field as well, and it kind of all played in towards that reason as to why it took the time for Northamptonshire and then Gloucestershire in their first innings to get to the number that they got to. But it did feel quite early on in the piece that the writing was on the wall that one of those 3 results or 4 results was looking far more likely than one of the other 3. So to be able to kind of inject that life back into the game and create that kind of final innings shootout is what we've kind of got here now, and give both sets of players and both sets of supporters, both sets of coaches an opportunity to go and win this game is brilliant. Because as we said, for a long time, it kind of felt like this was one-way traffic through to a nice little mid-afternoon day 4 finish when a couple of players decide to shake hands at whatever time that was going to be. But you said that isn't going to be the case. That's whipped over square leg for 4 by Charlesworth. Just catches up on that from Guthrie. He's just struggling to find his radar. Conway being metronomic and economical as you'd expect. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. Guthrie now 3.2 overs, 3.3 overs, no maidens, none for 21. And I don't necessarily think that's a case of targeting Liam Guthrie. I think Liam Guthrie's just struggling to find his radar in this opening spell. Have seen Calvin Harrison just trying to loosen up the shoulders. So that will be something for Luke Proctor to think about. Plus himself as well as a seam bowling option from the David Capel end. Another single taken. There's a bit of protection out there on the leg side now.
Yeah, but again, just straying a little bit too much down leg side, and easy pickings there for Ben Charlesworth, who now moves on to 14 from 25. It's a decent start, this. You can have a look at the comparison there with the run rates. The required now hovering around about 4.3. And Gloucestershire's current run rate is 3.90. So for Gloucestershire to go on and win this game in theory, they need to maintain that status quo for as long as possible, as Guthrie bowls here to Bancroft.
Yeah, nicely timed out to James Sales on the offside. One thing Northamptonshire will have to really consider with the likes of Harrison and Zabe, particularly whilst left and right hand combinations are in the middle for Gloucestershire, is an end that they look to bowl from, because they're never just going to be able to protect that short side boundary. It's going to come into play from either end. at any particular moment with the left and right hander in the middle. So that might dictate what can and can't be done with the leg spinner of Harrison and the left arm orthodox of Safe Sabe. About half an hour now into this fourth innings, and the score is 27 for no loss, just nearing the completion of the 7th over. Charlesworth is on strike. He's 14 off 25 as Guthrie completes this one, and there is an edge, and it's gone straight through. Guthrie's got the breakthrough. Said he's been expensive, but he's broken that opening partnership, that opening stand. Northamptonshire have their first, and Charlesworth has to go for 14. Caught behind off the bowling of Liam Guthrie by the wicketkeeper, Lewis McManus.
Yeah, really good riposte that from Liam Guthrie. Has been a tad bit expensive compared to Harry Conway so far, but that is a nice bit of bowling. Much better in terms of the line, keeping it more outside the eye line of the left-hander as opposed to going down the leg side. And as a result, Northamptonshire get their first. It's a smart take that from McManus, easy by his standards. And as a result, the home side have got that early breakthrough. Gloucestershire 27 for 1 at the end of over number 7.
Yeah, it was a good low catch, wasn't it, for a minute there? Well, we saw the wide one that fell well short of Lewis McManus off that bottom edge. Did well to get down and get underneath it. Got a hearty pat on the back from Calvin Harrison. And Northamptonshire have their first. Gloucestershire require 323 from 75 overs, so still at 4.3 runs per over. They've just kept at the rate as they needed from the very start.
Yeah, and just touching upon Guthrie's role in the side as that strike bowler, in terms of the runs that have been scored off his bowling so far, I mean, there is a stark difference there between he and Conway. I mean, Conway, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. Guthrie, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. The key there is the 1. He might have gone for a few more runs. However, that is a huge wicket. Ben Charlesworth has been in pretty decent form for Gloucestershire, and you could see a few of the shots there, especially on the pull shot and those flicks through backward square leg. He is a dangerous player. He's someone who can pick apart a bowling attack meticulously. So, yeah, big reply that from Liam Guthrie, and I must say I'm absolutely delighted for him, because it just goes to show, doesn't it? When you're persistent, when you're consistent as well, it does give you your rewards. So, yeah, that was a much better delivery, that's from the Western Australian.
Certainly was. Harry Conway's been replaced here by Calvin Harrison. So we are going to get leg spin into the game. Just the 7th over of the innings. So the ball will be nice and hard with a proud seam for Calvin Harrison. Maybe a bit of extra bounce and a bit of extra bite into the surface. One fielder out on the offside, protecting that boundary. The new man for Gloucestershire in at number 3 is Ollie Price. He was just there at the non-striker's end. He will have to wait his turn to get involved with the action as that wicket fell off the final ball of Guthrie's over, and what potentially could be his spell, actually, if Harry Conway is going to get a change of ends.
Yeah, I imagine that is the tactic implemented by Proctor. But I quite like this, to be honest, utilising the leg spin of Harrison early. And of course, he got the wicket, didn't he, of Ollie Price in the first innings?
Did indeed. A really good catch, wasn't it, by Ricardo Vasconcelos. There's a short leg in place as well. That's Adi Sharma under the lid there. Calls of all day Calvin from the Northamptonshire fielders. So if that's not an indication of what Gloucestershire are going to have to contend with through the course of this Bank Holiday Monday, I don't know what is. I think he's going to be in for a really long spell, Harrison. It's going to be a really important job as well. About half an hour to go before the lunch break. That one over pitched, but turned around the corner straight at Liam Guthrie. I think something that Calvin Harrison struggled to do in that first innings was build the pressure with the dot balls. They bowled a few, but it always felt like there was a single in those overs just to allow that score to keep rotating. Is he able to just try and tie one of these ends up? He won't do with that shot. That's a real drag down from Harrison. It's pulled away. Gus Miller's going to give chase, and Miller's going to win in this occasion. So Bancroft adds 3. And will keep the strike at the end of Harrison's first over. Score is 30 for 1 after 8.
Certainly is. Cam Bancroft on 16 and Ollie Price yet to get off the mark because he hasn't faced a delivery. So a rather even start, you'd have to say. I think Northamptonshire will be absolutely over the moon to have got the wicket of the dangerous Ben Charlesworth. But I was just watching that from the monitor, of course. We've almost done spin watch here in the commentary position. That there's not pronounced turn at this stage. It's very much gentle for Calvin Harrison. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that throughout the course of the day's play in case a few do just turn square off the wicket. Nothing as of yet, though, as Liam Guthrie continues here from the David Capel end, bowling here to Bancroft. Starts off with a dot ball. Of course, he'll be a lot more confident now after that wicket of Charlesworth. Would be interested to know the bowling plan here to Cam Bancroft, because you certainly cannot give him width. I mean, he will punish you time and time again. And just looking at the field placement here as well, no protection whatsoever in the deep third region. So he's got to be very disciplined here as Guthrie. Otherwise, he will concede a few wickets. 2 catches in the slips in the form of Vasconcelos and the aforementioned Harrison.
Yeah, and I mean, as I said, the likelihood of getting Cam Bancroft out, caught down the leg side twice in the same game it's going to be pretty rare, isn't it? And that always feels like a little bit of a burgle when that happens from a bowling team. He was on 60 at the time off 142, and he was going at a good rate at that stage. And up to that point, he looked fairly unfazed, didn't he? I don't remember a huge abundance of balls beating the outside edge or striking him in the pads or anything like that. So I thought it looked pretty ominous at the time for Northamptonshire. It just felt like Cameron Bancroft was just going to cruise his way up to his second first-class 100 of the summer.
Here is Guthrie. So Bancroft attempts a drop and run on the offside. The only thing that I would say about that innings, he did flirt with the dismissal a couple of times, actually. There were a couple of times where Conway trying to angle it down the leg side, and he just hung the bat out a little bit, if we are being critical of Bancroft there. But of course, you know, it does happen. It's one of those dismissals which is unfortunate, but in Northamptonshire certainly didn't care. It was a big wicket, wasn't it, to get in the latter stages of that second day. Now Guthrie would love to get the wicket of Bancroft here. Well, he won't on that occasion. Mixing it up in terms of the lengths there with the short delivery. That one just whacked into the turf for no run. Plenty of encouragement there from the Northamptonshire fielders. I mean, of course, they do have the opportunity to make real inroads if they can get another wicket here. Because what are there, 25 minutes or so before the lunch interval here on day 4. Northants could put themselves well and truly in the driver's seat. Well, your reaction said everything there, Dan.
Yeah, that's worth a little replay on the monitor here in front of us, isn't it? That was an uncharacteristic light shot from Cameron Bancroft. Been resolute, hasn't he, through the course of the game so far. And there, to be fair, Liam Guthrie's just got that one to move away from Cameron Bancroft, and as a general rule, that would have been coming back into the pads, wouldn't it? So it's a good bit of bowling from Liam Guthrie, who you'd hope's got his tail up, having picked up that first wicket.
Yep, that one, bit too straight. Harry Conway will do the fielding there, and that's really good running from the Gloucestershire pair. They turn what should have been 1 into 2, so keeps that scoreboard ticking along nicely. Gloucestershire 34 for 1 at the end of 9. Cam Bancroft is on 20. Ollie Price remains on 0. And to the surprise of absolutely nobody here at Montage Road, it will be Calvin Harrison to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, the plan must have been to have switched ends, and you pick up the wicket off the final ball of that over, and you earn yourself one more, don't you? And just caused a little bit of a head-scratching moment for Luke Proctor. I can't believe that opening spell of Harry Conway was just going to be 3 overs for 4 runs. It's got to be coming in from the David Capel end sooner rather than later, I would have thought.
Yep, I would agree with that. And it'll be interesting, won't it? Because a couple on day 3 kept low from that end. So whether or not that's the case here on the final day. Harrison readies himself here, bowling here to Ollie Price. He's forward in defence first up. Adi Sharma under the lid there at short leg. Vasconcelos in at slip. And that was a dismissal that we could watch all day long, wasn't it? Did the rounds on the socials as Harrison bowls again to Ollie Price. Do you think that will enter the mind of the Gloucestershire number 3 in terms of that method of dismissal? In the first innings, went for the scoop shot, didn't he? The paddle, and yeah, Vasconcelos sprinted around to pretty much leg gully to take the catch as Harrison bowls here again. Another defensive shot from Price.
Yes, I think. I can't believe you'd want to be dismissed twice in the same vein, in the same game, but at the end of the day, what I would say is I think these guys are just going to back themselves, aren't they? And if that's a shot that would be a strength of his, you'll play it again, and more than likely you'll be successful this time. It's that one of my favourite quotes from TV in the modern era, that Ted Lasso, just be a goldfish. Don't worry about it. Don't dwell on it. If that's your shot, that's how you want to score runs, and that's how you've been successful in the past. Play it again. Don't get rid of it just because it's not worked once.
Well, he certainly has got plenty of shots in the locker as the England Lions man. We'll touch upon the Lions in a few moments' time as Harrison bowling here to Price. That one just squeezes off the bats past the left hand of Adi Sharma, and that will be a single to round out the 10th over. Gloucestershire 35 for 1. Bancroft on 20 from 28. Ollie Price, his partner, on 1 from 6. And of course, the England Lions are coming here to the East Midlands for a 4-day match against India A, which starts on Friday, the 6th of June. Prices are £10 for adults and £5 for under 18. So if you're in the area on that weekend, get yourself down to Wantage Road. It's a really exciting Lions side, of course. Got the likes of Rayan and Farhan Ahmed. Chris Wokes as well is returning as he comes back from injury. Plenty of exciting prospects, both new and a little bit older in that side. And yeah, someone else to watch out for, of course, for the Gloucestershire fans amongst you, is, of course, Ajit Singh Dale, who is one of my favourite bowlers in the county circuit right now. He has evolved so much as a red ball bowling option in the past 2 to 3 seasons. He's fast, he's dynamic, he is absolutely blockbuster. So a reminder that those tickets are still available as we see that expected change from the David Capel end. Liam Guthrie taken out of the attack and one Australian replaces another. It's Harry Conway bounding in here to Ollie Price. Starts off well.
Certainly does. Nice little time as well for Northamptonshire this hour, isn't it? You can kind of get your fast bowlers to run in and give you everything, knowing that you can go and put your boots up for 30 minutes in the not too distant future. They won't necessarily get 2 bites with this first new ball. By the time that rolls around, it's going to be 15, 16 overs old. So it's not going to be a case of starting again with a relatively new ball after lunch. It is going to be worn and used by that stage.
Conway charging in here to Price. Adopts a back foot approach for that particular delivery.
Yeah, that dismissal of Charlesworth has just enabled that run rate to creep a little bit, hasn't it? 4.27 was the start, now up to 4.4.
Yep, very good points. And Gloucestershire has also taken a little bit of a deceleration. It's gone down to 3.39 at one stage a few overs ago. It was touching 4 runs per over. Here is Conway once more to Price. And that's an edge. Is it taken? Yes, it is. It's Calvin Harrison, although there was a conversation with the umpires. Now it's been given out. That is an outstanding take in the slips from Calvin Harrison. We just had to take a moment as the 2 umpires were discussing whether or not it carried. Harrison was adamant. Conway is absolutely over the moon. And all of a sudden, Northamptonshire really forcing the door open here. 35 for 2 in the 11th over is what Gloucestershire find themselves, and that is another colossal wicket in the wider context of this run chase. Ollie Price, Gloucestershire's leading run scorer in this year's county championship, has to go for 1 from 9 deliveries.
Yeah, we said unscathed at lunch, didn't we, for Gloucestershire? They're now 2 down at very best with still 19 minutes to go, and that is a fantastic low catch by Calvin Harrison in there at second slip. Off the bowling of Harry Conway. So the bowling changed works. The David Capel end works again. Both wickets falling for the seamers from that end here at Wantage Road. Good umpiring as well between the two of them. I think that's always important to say. There was, I think, enough doubt for the standing umpire to consult with his colleague there to make sure that that had carried. It's obviously not the easiest thing to look at when you're looking at it straight on. The square leg umpire will be able to have a look and see whether Harrison was able to get the fingers under the ball, and he was, and it was a quick kind of nod, wasn't it, back to the standing umpire, who then raised the finger, and Ollie Price had to go for just 1, and it's 35 for 2, so it's 350 the target and 8 wickets for Northamptonshire.
Yep, and entering the middle is Miles Hammond, the Cheltenham-born southpaw, coming in at number 4. Very much excited to see what he has in store for us today. Of course, these two in at the middle right now were the Centurions last season in 2024. Bancroft scoring 130 in that game and Miles Hammond scoring 112 from 133. So this is a ground where both of these cricketers have had plenty of success in the past. It's Conway to Hammond. Nice change of length that from Harry Conway, who you can just tell the confidence is there. He's got his mojo, and it's that unideal scenario, this for Gloucestershire. You've got Harry Conway with his tail up.
Yeah, I don't think it takes much, to be fair, to get his tail up and get those long legs and high knees just pumping in from the David Capel ends. He's just having conversation there with the standing umpire. Not sure what that one was about, to be fair, but essentially just talking about how good of a catch it was by Calvin Harrison at second slip to remove Ollie Price. Hammond then's got a very important job to do for Gloucestershire. The last thing that they can afford is to lose another wicket here before lunch. I think they have to be 2 down at lunch, and I don't think it matters as to what the number is on the board with regards to the runs.
No, I think that is a very fair assessment, and it comes back to that conversation that we had earlier on in terms of who would be on top by the end of the morning session. If a third wicket falls, you have to say it's Northants. I mean, it has been difficult to get wickets at times, but Harry Conway and Calvin Harrison bowling very well here indeed, and it is Conway bowling to Hammond. Good leaving that one on line on that occasion was the Gloucestershire number 4, and that will signal the end of over number 11. Gloucestershire 35 for 2. Bancroft remains on 20, but he's seen 2 of his partners in the top 3 depart, as Miles Hammond is the man to join him out there. And yeah, just touching upon Miles Hammond so far this season. I mean, he scored 97 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, scores a 48 and 89 against Kent and Canterbury. How he would love to get a big score here and give Gloucestershire a glimmer of hope as to getting a victory in the East Midlands on this brilliant Bank Holiday Monday. No further wickets falling at Derby as well, but a few falling across the First Division. We'll take you through those in a few moments' time. We'll, of course, focus here on this over from Calvin Harrison, bowling here to Bancroft. Carves that away on the back foot for a single. So yeah, we'll start down in London, where Essex and Surrey are facing off against one another at the Oval. Surrey, it's a big run chase. 418 is required, and the Brown Caps are 115 for 2 in the 35th over. The equation is 303 runs off the final 70 overs of the day's play. The safe save is just moved around here. Nice aggressive field, this. I love this. As a real connoisseur of spin bowling, this is lovely to see. A short leg, a leg slip, a traditional first slip as well. a catcher in at mid-wickets. It's Liam Guthrie in that position. And has also got a little bit of protection on that short onside boundary. It's Harrison then bowling here to Miles Hammond. Looks to utilise the bottom hand. Whips it out to Guthrie along the deck.
Yeah, there's a bit of rough just outside the off stump of Miles Hammond there, isn't there, that you can see on screen that Calvin Harrison will be aiming for. It does look quite full. Hammond there elects to use his feet in defence against Harrison this time. I say there is a few footholes. Can he just spin the ball back into the... Oh, it's gone straight up. That's a bit of fortune for Miles Hammond. It's gone over safe save at leg slip, and it's going to run down to fine leg for a single. Well, something's happening here, Aaron. I'm a little bit surprised that Gloucestershire haven't just been a little bit cooler about this run chase at the moment.
Yep, to be honest, I share that view, especially with just over 12, 13 minutes remaining here in the morning session. It's Harrison to Bancroft. Bancroft, again, he does prefer to play it under the eye line, play it late and manipulate it through the field. Yeah, it just feels like there's been almost one too many expansive shots here from Gloucestershire. You've got to dig in a little bit on this surface early doors, and Bancroft is doing so. He's almost been the template so far. 21 from 31 as the 12th over comes to an end. Gloucestershire 37 for 2. So we just see the replay of that one. Safe save, you could see the eyes light up, but it was always looping and spiralling away from the Northants all-rounder. And in the end, no harm done there for the visiting side. So, yeah, just to take you through the other scores on the doors taking place in Division 1 today, we'll go up to Leeds, where Yorkshire are 238 for 6 in the 85th over of their run chase. Would be a heck of an effort to chase down the required 225 runs off the last 68 overs, but you never know. Stranger things have happened in this spectacular game of ours. And finally, in the other game taking place in Division 1 at New Road, Worcestershire 150 for 7 against local rivals Warwickshire. The pairs require 177 runs off the remaining 72 overs if they are to emerge victorious on Derby Day. But of course, our attention returns here to Wantage Road. We have got a game on our hands, folks. It's Harry Conway to continue from the David Capel end. Plenty of catchers in that cordon. Exactly what you want from a first-class game of cricket, this. It's Conway going around the wicket here to the left-handed Hammond. Just dabbed up towards James Sales for no run.
Yeah, dead batted, wasn't it? That's what Gloucestershire need at the minute. There's 11 minutes to go before lunch. So there was a slight delay there, wasn't there? Because ground staff just came out with, I think you call it like a tamper, just to press down those footholes under Harry Conway's front foot, give him a bit more stability and security at the popping crease.
Here is Conway once more. That's a more fluent drive from Hammond, only as far as Sales on the turf for no run.
That run rate now just up at 4.5 as well. Hammond 1 off 8, Bancroft 21 off 31. So far as well, there's been no indication that Gloucestershire have had a change of mindset or intent, is it? They've lost 2 wickets, but Hammond has come out to play some shots. I suppose that would be the next question to kind of think about over lunch, maybe, is what that scoreboard would look like for Gloucestershire to lose interest in a run chase. Not that I'm saying they're anywhere near that at the moment. They've got such a good batting lineup and plenty still in the sheds to come.
Well, I think that is the key, isn't it, to be honest, for the visitors. It is that batting depth. Conway, it is here to Hammond. That is one of the shots of the day. Stand and deliver stuff from Miles Hammond. Beautiful aerial drive, bisects that rather prominent gap through the covers. That is 4 more runs. His first boundary of the day moves Gloucestershire on to 41 for 2.
Yeah, it was a stylish shot, wasn't it, by Miles Hammond? There was cries of catch from Northamptonshire as it almost hung in the air, but wide of James Sales at cover.
How can Conway respond? Well, that's another 4 back-to-back boundaries off the willow of Miles Hammond's bats. Really impeccable and imperious stuff, this from the Cheltenham-born man who has come out looking to play shots so far. I think that's fair to say. Of course, had that nervy sweep shot, which on another day easily could have popped up to safe save, lurking at leg slip. I'll tell you what, both of those shots, they were commanding.
Yeah, very stylish. Just beat James Sales on the other side that time, didn't he? 9 off 11 for Hammond.
Yeah, just frustrates Harry Conway here, who was very shrewd and miserly up until that point. And look at that. That is a typical response from a fiery fast bowler. Bangs in the short ball. You're not going to drive me through the covers again, Miles Hammond. So that'll be the end of over number 13. Gloucestershire move on to 45 for 2. Cam Bancroft, the captain, on 21 from 31. And as a result of those back-to-back boundaries, Miles Hammond, the Gloucestershire number 4, moves on to 9 from 12.
Yeah, what have we got? 8 minutes to go on the clock until the lunch break. So maybe 3 overs of cricket here for Gloucestershire to negotiate and Northamptonshire to look to strike again. I think Northampton will be thrilled the fact they've got 2 wickets already on a pitch that has proved challenging to pick up wickets so far. They've got 2 to their name.
Oh, I think they'll be absolutely ecstatic. I mean, if a third falls, of course, Northants will smell blood in the water, to be honest, as Harrison comes into bowl here to Bancroft. He's played that nicely as the Gloucestershire opener, playing it with soft hands and read the line of that well. Of course, we'll be fascinated to see if there's any extra degree of turn over the course of the day's play. Hasn't been too much as of yet. Bancroft leaves that well alone.
There's a little bit there, just off the surface. Far from lavish, but just a little bit of turn. Hasn't got any real rough to aim at as the outside the off stump of Cameron Bancroft, though, so it will all be off the surface if there is any.
Well, that's a nice push through the cover region by Bancroft for 1. Keeps that scoreboard moving, 46 for 2. And in terms of Harrison so far in this game, again, I think it's unrealistic to expect the breakdown of the delivery type, but he has bowled a lot of stock leg breaks and also quite a few top spinners as well. He bowls here to Hammond, hits him on the pad, but with the angle coming around the wickets, possibly sliding down.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. There was a bit more turn there, wasn't there, from Harrison? That'll encourage him. But I think you are right. I think that's just done a little bit too much and would have gone on to miss leg stump.
Well, here is Harrison once more to Miles Hammond. Hammond winds up for the big slog sweep. Directs it as far as deep backward square leg for a single. Bale will have to be put back on there by Calvin Harrison. And that is the end of over number 14. Gloucestershire 47 for 2. Bancroft on 22. Hammond on 10. See, that's more like it in terms of the turn. That's what we want to see as fans of spin bowling. But yeah, just with the angle coming around the wicket to the left-handed Hammond.
Yeah, and I think Hammond's got himself comfortably outside the line of off stump there as well. So that'll be another big thing. Going to get a change of bowling just before lunch as well. So we will certainly get this one and one more in. So Safe Save replaces Harry Conway. So just something else for Bancroft and Hammond to have a think about before they walk off for a spot of lunch. A different look, which I quite like.
Yeah, I like it as well. Even though that's pretty obvious for me to say. I think anybody new or old to the Northamptonshire live stream knows that I'm a fan of my spin bowling. Could watch it all day long, to be honest. And yeah, this just poses an intriguing challenge for Miles Hammond to try and overcome. That one zipped in by Safe Save. More of an arm ball as opposed to the flighted off spinner. Still opting to go with that slip and short leg in place as well. It's Zabe to Hammond. Gets a little bit lower than the other delivery. Does well to just punch that through the covers though for a single. Gloucestershire moving closer to surpassing 50 before lunch. The only issue, of course, is that wickets column. Losing the key pair of Ben Charlesworth and Ollie Price for 14 and 1 respectively. That one again zipped in with a bit of venom by Sabe. Although Bancroft plays that with great assurance off the back foot, as you'd expect of a player of his experience.
It's just not quite coming out the hand as Sabe would like, I don't think, at the moment. Just having a watch of him on the monitor.
Question here is, does he give it a little bit of flight to Hammond?
Sabe at his best really just comes up and over the ball on release. And I think at the moment, during the course of this game, he's just really tried to dart them in, hasn't he? He's not really kind of given it chances. To delivery there just brings up the 50 for Gloucestershire. That's better from Sabe. And if he can get it right, he's going to be a real handful to partner up with Calvin Harrison if there is going to be a trial of spin for a period of time.
Well, the reason I said it, especially with Sabe, we're not going to see it on this delivery because he's bowling to the right-handed Bancroft, as, again, that is given a lot more flight. Slightly uppish there from the Gloucestershire captain, down to mid-off for no run. So Gloucestershire remain 50 for 2 after 15. I was just looking at the field placement. He adds a backward square leg and, of course, that more traditional deep mid-wicket sweeper.
Yeah.
Hammond does love the slog sweep, and we've seen that today. He's already played it a couple of times. You've just got to be brave. And, of course, you've got the extra element on this side of the ground, that you've got the extra dimensions. It's not like the other side where you've got the short boundary. He's got a bit more room to manoeuvre as such. So, yeah, we'll wait and see with regards to that tactic from Sabe, but a decent first over. Rather shrewd that from the left-arm orthodox. Goes for just 3 runs. As Harrison again having a word with his fielders. Question is, will he take the leg slip out? No, he won't for the time being. So a slip, a leg slip, a short leg. I'd say that's more of a deep backward square leg as opposed to a long leg. He's just gone a little bit more square as Harrison. There you go. There's the sweep shot from Hammond yet again, looking to target that short side on boundary.
Yeah, this looks more threatening for Harrison, doesn't it? With the rough outside the off stump of Miles Hammond. Just a little bit more to play with. A little bit more natural turn as well.
He's looking to give it a real tear, isn't he? Calvin Harrison on the leg break. Of course, to the left-hander, that's turning in to the stumps as opposed to what you'd expect against the right-hander, where you're looking to challenge the outside edge. Harrison is once more. Hammond using the feet and using them very well indeed. It meets the pitch of the ball. There's a chase on here for the Northants captain Proctor. They've run the first 2 hard, and as a result, they convert the 2 into a 3. Good running there between Bancroft and Hammond, and also a good chase there from Luke Proctor, not giving up the ghost on that occasion.
No, Luke Proctor's lightning fast across the outfield. Any time he's given an opportunity to chase the ball down, he will give absolutely everything, and more often than not is successful in able to haul them back in. We got 2 balls before lunch then, Aaron. 53 for 2 the score. Bancroft on 23, Hammond on 15, and Harrison will complete the final over of the morning session here. On a little bit too straight. Bancroft will just take the single. Gus Miller in there on the leg side doing the tidying up. So it's 296 required for Gloucestershire, 8 required for Northamptonshire. Harrison just gets ready to bowl the final ball of the morning session. There's a slip and a leg slip and a short leg. And he finishes the session with Well, not his finest piece of work, Calvin Harrison. A bit of a drag down, which is defended too short-legged by Miles Hammond. And that is it. The morning session complete. We saw some enterprising batting from Northamptonshire at the start of the day, which saw them get to a total of 259 for 6 and a lead of 350, which brought about the declaration. And then in response, this run chase by Gloucestershire, 54 runs on the board, so 296 required, but crucially, they've lost 2 wickets, that of Charlesworth and Price. What have you made of that morning session, and what's your thoughts with regards to the game going forward?
Well, I'll describe it in one word: tantalising. That's how I describe the state of play right now, because this is nicely poised. The fact is, if Gloucestershire are able to have a strong afternoon session, we could be down to an evening session shootout. So I think that will be really interesting, to be honest. Full credit to both sides. They've set up this game really nicely. And as for Northants, they've also got a real chance here.
Yeah.
On the flip side, I said there about a strong session for the visitors. If the home side can go bang, bang, get 3-4 wickets, I mean, in that final session, if Gloucestershire are 6-7 wickets down in an ideal world, of course, they could get the victory. So it's game on. It really is. We are set for an absolute firecracker here at Wantage Road.
Absolutely. Well, the stream powered by Daffer, Aaron. Let's go and find some lunch and see if we can recover from the morning session.
Goes again, very good, it will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good, it will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Wantage Road. Players are making their way out to the middle. You'll just notice there that the covers are being towed off by the ground staff and the tractor. We just had let's call it a light shower, a drizzle, a sprinkling of moisture over lunch, which was, well, it couldn't have been better timed really for the context of the game. The last thing we need and want for both sets of players, supporters, coaches is to lose any time because of the weather. So we are going to resume on time. It looks like it's going to be the captain, Luke Proctor, to open the bowling from the David Capel end for the afternoon session. Give you a rundown of the state of play. Gloucestershire acquired 296 runs of 66 overs, which equates to just shy of 4.5 runs per over. We will have a minimum of 34 overs in this session, with in that final 32 overs when tea is called. My name's Dan Chadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles, as I have been through the course of the 3 days up to now. The stream is powered by Daffabet, and you still think the draw is favourite?
Yeah, I still think the draw is probably the most likely result at this stage, but it depends how Gloucestershire go about this afternoon session. It feels like if they lose 2-3 quick wickets, they'll go into their shell and just try and see out the draw. But as I said, even though the draw is the most likely outcome of this game, I still think we've got some real entertainment in store for these next two sessions. And look, the fact is Northamptonshire as well, if they can get those quick breakthroughs, I mean, the victory's on, isn't it? In theory, overhead conditions are favourable. They've bowled nicely up until this point, and this is why we love first-class cricket. It's the uncertainty. Anything can happen in this wonderful, wacky and wild sports that we love.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is going to be Luke Proctor from the David Capel end. I'll be curious and interested to see who takes the mantle from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Will it be Calvin Harrison to continue? Will it be another one of Northamptonshire's seamers? Captain fires that one down the leg side, and Bancroft does have a little poke at it. So it goes down through to the gloves of McManus. For the first time as well, there is a bit of a spread field. We've got save down at deep backward point. I think that's Gus Miller at deep backward square, and then it will be Harry Conway at fine leg as well. So Northamptonshire just one eye on a run rate here. As I say, Gloucestershire need about 4.5 runs and over for the remainder of the day if they are going to be able to chase down the remaining 296 runs for victory here, and Northamptonshire require 8 wickets on day 4 at Wantage Road. Declared this morning 259 for 6 with a lead of 350. It's a good short ball by the captain to captain. Bancroft gets underneath that one. Where are you going, Captain Viles from the Lynn Wilson centre end? Who are you throwing the ball to?
That's a very good question. I think for me, it's a pretty obvious one, Calvin Harrison. Let's get spin on as early as possible. Let's test both edges of the bat.
Well, that is an edge, and it's an appeal, I think, for LBW. Blimey, it's all happened. That look to the naked eye, just an orthodox edge there from Cameron Bancroft. Good stop by McManus. Whatever it came off, it didn't carry at all. It's just come off the thigh pad, isn't it, of Cam Bancroft. Good decision by the umpire.
Yep, definitely. Don't think there was too much that Northamptonshire can complain about.
Maybe just kept a touch low for Bancroft there as he defends that one back to the bowler. So, as you've said a few times during the course of the game, if the reactions are slightly delayed or puzzled, we do apologise. So there's a bit of a delay between the screen in front of us and the cricket going on outside the window. And as you said, at the minute, we're sat at deep third, aren't we? So it's not the easiest to see what the ball might have come off from. But that one is fairly obvious as Bancroft just defends it back to Proctor. End of the first over of the afternoon session. It is a maiden. It's 54 for 2.
And there we go. Captain Proctor agrees with me. It is Calvin Harrison to return here from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. No surprises there at all. I mean, we heard it in the morning session, didn't we? All day, Calvin. I think that is the tactic for Northamptonshire going forward. I mean, Calvin Harrison has bowled well. He's been very disciplined in this game. Got those wickets in the first innings. Then, of course, so far today, 5 overs, no maidens, no wickets, but he's only gone for 12 runs and he has been dangerous. So, yeah, right. I quite like this move from Luke Proctor.
Yeah, I agree. I think the other thing as well is we're not just going to be able to keep playing and playing and playing, are we, today? We do have that hard final cut-off at the end of day 4. So you'd have a spinner operating from one end. You can just try and make sure you maximise the amount of overs you can possibly bowl in this innings. Obviously a minimum requirement, isn't it? Not a maximum, as that's a rank full toss by Harrison to start his spell as it's deposited by Miles Hammond through the covers for 4.
Well, just looking back on it, I think had the ball have landed, it would have been full as opposed to a full toss. It was wide. It was there to be hit from Hammond, and he almost preempted that shot, didn't he, just to flay it through the covers. So, yeah, some nice batting there from the Gloucestershire number 4.
Yeah, just as you said, adjusted his feet. It was over pitch from Harrison regardless. But that's where Harrison wants to live, to Miles Hammond. He will ask questions from this angle.
He certainly will, and I do wonder, actually, in terms of the length, if he'll just pitch it up a little bit fuller, but angle it back into the stumps. As again, Hammond uses his feet and uses them superbly, goes all the way for 6 runs. That is a lusty blow from Miles Hammond, who dispatches Calvin Harrison in his first over after lunch. Great shot that from the Gloucestershire number 4.
That's massive, isn't it? Absolutely massive. Uses his feet, creates the angle and deposits Calvin Harrison back down to the Lynn Wilson centre for 6. That's a sign of intent from Gloucestershire and Miles Hammond on twofold, and you can interpret it as to how you like. It's 1, we're going after this 296 that we need, and it's 2, can we hit Calvin Harrison out of the attack and create a bit of a head-scratching moment for Luke Proctor?
Exactly the point that I was going to bring up there, because the absolute worst thing that a batting unit can do with the leg spinner is let them settle, especially someone like Calvin Harrison, who's taken wicket after wicket after wicket in the championship so far. You've got to try and disrupt and disturb him. And this is exactly what Miles Hammond is doing. He's utilising his feet. He's meeting the pitch of the delivery. He's turning those, what should be full-length balls, into full tosses. And he is a fine cricketer against spin, as we just have a little bit of a search party here for the whereabouts of the ball.
Yeah, it's if it's not got the right bit, it just kind of skips into the car park there, doesn't it? And finds its way down the main road. There's been another result in, Aaron, over this lunch break. It's up at Derby, and Derbyshire have beaten Kent by an innings and 14 runs. They were just playing with the 10 at that second innings as Jake Ball was absent hurt. So victory for Derbyshire. Swab bowled a good comeback from Calvin Harrison, despite the fact being hit for 10 already. So, yeah, Derbyshire break the 100-point barrier. They're second place on 108 points. Now, trailing Leicester by... Oh, there's an appeal. Oof, wowie, that was close. There's a bit of bottom edge on that. As Hammond attempts the sweep shot with that short leg side boundary. Yeah, Leicestershire have got a 31-point advantage at the top of the table at this almost halfway stage.
That is ludicrous, isn't it? Just 7 games in.
It's incredibly impressive as Harrison finds a length there to end the over, which was very, very expensive for Northamptonshire. And there is a replay of that 6. What a cricket shot that is by Miles Hammond, not having to settle back into this innings, just attacking the leg spinner. He's a good white ball cricketer, though, Calvin Harrison. So if he's going to get under the impression that Hammond's going to go after him, he might not be too fazed by that.
No, that's a very good point. And, of course, that is a nice little battle emerging here. It's just bubbling under the surface, isn't it, between Hammond and Harrison. Harrison's got the moral victory on a couple of occasions, especially the looping edge that we saw go over the top of Rothesay. But since then, Hammond's beginning to get down to business as Hammond will retain the strike here as Bancroft works that off the hips for a single. But yeah, in terms of the second division then, I mean, that is incredibly nicely poised, isn't it, in terms of the battle for second spot at the moment. Of course, Glamorgan making it 3 wins in their last 3 matches, beating Middlesex convincingly within 3 days at Sophia Gardens. Also puts a lot more onus and emphasis on both of these sides too to keep up with the pace, with Glamorgan and Derbyshire both winning.
Certainly does. Certainly does. They're going to get a bit of extra reinforcements in the catches as Miles Hammond is back on strike, who's 25 of 27 for Miles Hammond. So an early counter-attack for the Gloucestershire number 4 as Proctor makes his way into bowl. Squeezes that one between bat and pad. It was an LBW decision in the favour of Calvin Harrison that removed Miles Hammond in that first innings. He had got 50 to his name by that point, though, 51 off 62. So again, it was an enterprising innings in that first dig for Gloucestershire. He really went after it. And he's done exactly the same here, but Proctor in these opening 2 deliveries is just keeping Miles Hammond honest.
Yep, it's good bowling, isn't it, from the Northamptonshire captain? Getting the correct line and length so far to restrict Hammond to his strong areas. We know that he's strong through mid-wickets, also very proficient through the covers. We've seen that today with a couple of booming drives. So, yeah, it's good bowling so far from Luke Proctor.
And there's another one of those big booming drives from Miles Hammond. The short side of the grounds just lasers it past Adi Sharma at cover and moves up to 29. I mean, if Miles Hammond stays around for a prolonged period of time, Gloucestershire are going to be putting themselves in the box seat for victory here at Wantage Road.
They could be, and something else to just touch upon, especially with that delivery, again, is the use of the footwork from Miles Hammond. Just took a step or 2 down the track, trying to meet that on the full and convert that good length into a more juicy over-pitched one.
Yep, again, driven through the offside. Short side once more. Back-to-back boundaries for Hammond, not for the first time on day 4 here at Wantage Road. Proctor just removing Safe Zabe from the gully and putting him at short third. Still no protection to go out there on that offside boundary, so Hammond could go again if he wanted to. It's going to be a short ball for Proctor to end the over. 19 overs have been bowled. 73 for 2 the score. Bancroft on 25, Hammond on 33. Gloucestershire required 277 runs off 63 overs, which would equate to 4.4 runs if they were to be successful.
Yep, and it will be Harrison to continue his stint from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. I mean, Hammond, this is some effort, isn't it, so far? He almost was the anomaly, wasn't he, in the first innings from both sides, actually. Came out almost striking right from the get-go. So he's clearly a man with plenty of confidence, and so far it has been so good.
Here's Harrison into Bancroft, who as yet has been able to play the leg spinner without any real issue. There is that short leg still in place. Vasconcelos at first slip as well, but it just doesn't feel like the matchup, Harrison to Bancroft, at the moment. There's been one, I think, that's beaten the outside edge of the Gloucestershire captain. But other than that, it's pretty much all found the middle of the bat. It's been defensive from Bancroft against Harrison, but that's short arm jab into the leg side that maybe just held up and got a bit big on Bancroft and ended up falling short of Luke Proctor, who returned that throw back into McManus over the top of the keeper and well tidied up by an unsighted Vasconcelos. So still on strike, Bancroft. It's something I mentioned just before lunch, that I don't think Harrison has bowled as many maidens that he would have liked in the course of the game. He's not bowled one in this 6.5 over spell on day 4, and he's not going to bowl another one as Bancroft just strokes him out to James Sales at deep cover.
Yep, and that again comes back onto that point, doesn't it, about just disturbing the rhythm of the leg spinner. It is frustrating, isn't it? You bowl 4 or 5 good deliveries, and the last one either goes for 1, 2, or a boundary. It just relieves the pressure here for the visiting side.
Certainly does. Players surround the bat now that Hammond is on strike, and that's defended out to Gus Miller to end the over. So it is just 1 run from it. And it's 74 for 2 after 20 overs. Luke Proctor and Lewis McManus there in conversation, coming up with the next plan, the next idea as to how they're going to pick up another one of these Gloucestershire wickets, or potentially whether they're going to invite or offer a bit of protection out there at deep cover, particularly when Miles Hammond gets on strike, as he really does seem to be targeting that short offside boundary against the seamers from the David Capel end.
Yeah, and something to touch upon with regards to ploys and tactics against Miles Hammond. We floated this idea with Cam Green because he was coming outside of the crease a lot against seam. Is that something you could see Luke Proctor and Lewis McManus maybe just trying to implement at some point if Hammond is going for that front foot approach?
I think so. I think you definitely could do that. I think the difficulty is, as Cameron Bancroft this time drops it towards that short leg side boundary and adds a couple. The difficulty is, particularly with somebody of Proctor's pace, is if McManus comes up to the stumps, you lose the ability to bowl the bumper. That's the trade-off for it. And I think on a pitch that's just offering a bit of hold and a bit of variability with the bounce, I don't necessarily think you want to take that option away from Proctor, Guthrie, or Conway with ball in hand. So that'd be the only caveat, but it's not to say it wouldn't be a plan that potentially could be thought about. Bancroft there defending it into the leg side. We're just ticking this off at the moment. Gloucestershire is one of those run chases that they're not going to have to do anything crazy in order to stay in the game for a long period of time. They don't have to go after it. It doesn't have to be done by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Doesn't matter if we're here till 5 to 6 with all the results still possible. Well played, well bowled. I think the thing for Northamptonshire will be really to see if they can just tighten up a little bit and see if they can get that run rate to climb. It did start the day, or in the innings, in fact, at 4.3. And at worst, it's got up to 4.5. So really and truly, Gloucestershire have just stayed at the rate for the innings, the 20 overs that we've had so far on day 4 in this 4th innings. But if they can just get that to climb, would that create a little bit of panic if they could get it up to over 5, maybe over 6 as the day goes on? But at the moment, not able to do that.
No, they aren't. And we have just got a little bit of an update from Division 1, which I'll go through now in the game down in the nation's capital. Surrey versus Essex. Surrey 143 for 3 in their run chase as Proctor bowls here to Bancroft. Clips that one handsomely out towards forward square leg, and they'll come back for 2 runs. Nice shot that from the Gloucestershire captain as he moves on to 30 from 57 deliveries. So in terms of the equation there at the Oval, Surrey require 275 runs off of the remaining 60 overs on day 4. And I'll take you through the other scores up at Leeds and New Road respectively after this ball from Proctor.
Yeah, so a very, very similar state of affairs to what we've got here in front of us.
Yep, it definitely is. That is certainly one to keep an eye on as the day progresses. We'll start in Leeds then, where Yorkshire, well, the equation is 213 runs away from the victory. However, they're 7 wickets down. They've just lost Matt Revis after lunch, so looks likely that Nottinghamshire could win that at a Headingley surface, which has been quite conducive for the seam bowlers. And in the final match, well, in the Championship this weekend, of course, the other ones are all results at this stage, but in the game between Warwickshire and Worcestershire at New Road, the home side, the pairs are 163 for 8 in the 55th over. They would require 164 runs in order to beat their local rivals. So, yeah, we'll keep you up to tabs with all of those throughout the course of the day's play. But here is Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, leg spin continues, and Miles Hammond on strike. And despite the fact that Miles Hammond is 33 off 34, from a Northampton perspective, I think this is the matchup that will create an opening here. Feels like Hammond will give a chance. He's going to look to try and assert himself against Harrison. And Harrison's going to get that extra turn off the surface as that's powerfully swept down to James Sales at deep mid-wicket for 1. So it'll be Bancroft back on strike. He's 30 off 58. This one here will just be a case of Harrison really needs to just to bowl at one of these for a little while. See if he can set one up, bowl to one of these two. I mean, that might be something to do with the point that you raised earlier about the lots of stock deliveries from Harrison, and that's because he's not been able to set one of the batters up for the googly or the one that just slides on. There's a real drag down, and Miles Hammond's going to be gutted that he's missed out on that one. He just wasn't able to catch up with it, was he? It was well taken by Lewis McManus. Safe Zabe for a moment would have either have been looking to have taken an absolute screamer at leg slip or have taken evasive action. Hammond there advances and defends back to Harrison.
I wonder if that previous delivery, Harrison was trying to get that out of the front of the hand, go for the slider, because Hammond is going for a lot of sweep shots here. And if it just skids on, if he can get the right trajectory and bounce on it, could be dangerous.
Yeah, that is an orthodox leggy, which Hammond just turns into the leg side for a single to end the over. 22 now done, 81 for 2. Hammond will keep the strike. He's 35 off 38. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Just an attempted one out the front of the hand that got all wrong for Harrison, but fortunately for Northampton, it didn't cost anything, much to the disappointment, I'm sure, of Miles Hammond.
Yep, I like that, though, from Calvin Harrison. The fact is, you've got to be brave as a leg spin bowler, and he's trying to utilise his variations. It's just, on that occasion, I think he rushed it a little bit and didn't quite have the correct release, but always good to have an extra weapon in the locker. Always fascinating as well in terms of the setup. You can see that that's something which could come into consideration with Hammond, because that slider, if you do mistime the sweep shot, I mean, you're salmon trouts, you plumb in front. It's as simple as that. So, yeah, that's something to just watch out for with Harrison if he is to utilise the slider to his disposal.
Yeah, I think you just caveat it with the fact that you'll just have to be able to bowl more than 1 or 2 deliveries at each of the batters for a prolonged period of time, as Hammond will run that out to Harry Conway off the hip for a couple of runs. At the moment, and I think that's a lot of the reasons to why Gloucestershire are just ticking along at the right rate, really, is the fact that there are just singles out there to be had, and they're proving relatively straightforward to come by at the moment. But we've seen this game change as this game and others have changed, and they change quite quickly. Northamptonshire searching for the next wicket. They need 8 if they are going to beat Gloucestershire here at Wantage Road.
Yep, and that will be a crucial part of this run chase for Gloucestershire. It's all well and good having the cover drives and the pull shots for 4 and 6, but you've got to keep the scoreboard moving. You've got to rotate the strike, get your partner facing as many deliveries as possible as well. And the fact is, it does accumulate. That required run rate is just 4.47 at the minute.
Yeah, we're going to take on George Bartlett for another single. So it's 3 runs off the over to start with. But you are right. And it just feels like if Northampton could put together a period of half an hour that run scoring became difficult, that rate would climb, and it would climb quite handsomely as well. At the moment, Gloucestershire doing exactly what they need to do. And I think all the while you've got the experience and maturity and the leadership of Cameron Bancroft out there. It's always going to feel like Gloucestershire are well in this game. Cam Green to come, James Bracey as well, plus Graham Van Buren, and then a more than qualified and healthy looking lower middle order for Gloucestershire today. He gets a bit of extra bounce, which Bancroft strides forward and defends into the offside. I think it's certainly something that we've spoken about. I'm sure a lot of people are grateful for, but I think it's been incredibly admirable by both sets of both teams here to actually kind of be prepared to go and set up a game and search for a win here at Wantage Road. It could have been easy, wouldn't it, for just to have played that out and picked up the 14 points each or whatever it would have been for the draw. It's nicely timed by Cameron Bancroft and brilliantly fielded by James Sales at mid-on. He made really good ground to cut that off. Otherwise, that would have been a certain 4. Bancroft keeps the strike.
Yep, some more solid fielding. Also brings up the 50 partnership for the 3rd wicket for Gloucestershire. So some good batting here from Cam Bancroft and, well, especially Miles Hammond. He's got the lion's share of the runs in this partnership with 38 of them. But the fact is Bancroft is playing his role to a T here. He is the captain. He is the talisman at the top of the order. For him, it's a case of not shutting up shop. However, it's a case of just being out there and almost being the calming presence for his side, be the rock in this run chase.
Yeah, Harrison then, the leg spinner continues, and the big stride forward of Cameron Bancroft meets the ball, defends it back to the bowler. Harry Conway just starting to get loose. I suspect he'll be coming on to replace Luke Proctor before too long. Bit of extra flight on that from Harrison, which is once again defended by Cameron Bancroft. I dare say Harry Conway is probably someone who's quite not generous with his looseness, I wouldn't have thought. I would have thought he's only going to start rolling those shoulders over and stretching if he's been given the nod. So someone who did have success in the morning session, picked up 1 wicket for Northamptonshire, one of the 2, the other one going to Liam Guthrie. That one again flighted up there and it's half stopped by Adi Sharma, much to the sympathy of his teammates.
Yeah, interesting line this from Harrison. Just targeting almost on what would be a 4th stump on the leg side. There he goes again. So he's trying to maybe get one to turn out of that little bit of rough in front of Bancroft. And of course, if it does just nibble and grip, might entice the outside edge.
Yep. They get away with a maiden. They can't. It's that one. Bancroft rocks onto the back foot, drops it into the leg side. It is just 1 though. I think the thing that is here, we've had what 24 overs now, and there have been 3 maidens bowled by the Northamptonshire bowling quintet. There's Conway, who replaces the captain Luke Proctor from the David Capel end. Proctor and McManus in conversation. Captain and vice captain, they'll be coming up with the plans and thinking about bowling partnerships. Conway 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. It was just the 1 over, wasn't it, for Harry Conway when he picked up the wicket of Ollie Price for 1. Caught by Calvin Harrison, the 2nd slip. Off 9 deliveries. Northamptonshire just taking their time here to set the field correctly. As Liam Guthrie comes up from deep point into an extra cover, and George Bartlett moves from extra cover to a short mid-wicket. So just trying to protect that short leg side boundary here for Cameron Bancroft, who's starting to find the timing of this surface at Wantage Road, which I do think genuinely has got better as the game's gone on. It looks like it's just got more reliable and evenly paced. Though Harry Conway at 6'7" has managed to extract a bit out of it. And that one cut away brilliantly off the back foot by Cameron Bancroft over the square. Calvin Harrison's going to give chase, and I think he's going to just get it inside. He does. Ball had almost stopped, to be fair. And it's going to be 3 runs added to the score.
Yep, and it is another excellent shot that from Cameron Bancroft, utilising that back foot to great effect. And yeah, he has scored a lot of runs through that region. Of course, we saw a little bit earlier on, he was taking the attack to Liam Guthrie, especially backward of points and looking to score runs through that area of the cricket field. And yeah, on that occasion, he's played that one very adeptly. I think that's how I'd describe that shot.
Yeah, timed it very nicely, didn't he? Harry Conway to Miles Hammond then. 2 slips back in place. The big Australian makes his way in from the David Capel lens. That one short, pulled away. It's in the air. Oh, it's just bounced in front of Liam Guthrie. Flicked off the hip by Hammond. And it hung in the air for a while. It did fall short, well short of Liam Guthrie in the end. He made good ground and kept it well inside the field of play for just a single. So 4 of those 4.5 runs required coming off the first 2 deliveries of Harry Conway's over. So again, another good one for Gloucestershire, with still 4 deliveries to use and utilise how they see fit. That one on the money. Bancroft takes on Guthrie for a single. Comes through. Just noticing the fast bowler there in on the offside. Challenges the clean pickup for the fellow Australian.
Yeah, it was also on his weaker hand, wasn't it? To the right-hand side of Guthrie. As we all know, he's a left armer, so a couple of things going in Bancroft's favour there, and he's also rapid between the wickets, so don't think there was too much danger in that particular run.
Yeah, Hammond back on strike then. That one down the leg side, well taken by Lewis McManus. Hammond's now on 39, Bancroft on 37. Score 91 for 2. 259 runs required for Gloucestershire. 57.2 overs remaining in the day's play. One well bowled, well defended by Hammond into the offside. Again, they've got the benefit here. They've got the runs off those opening 4-5 deliveries, so they can be watchful for the remainder of it. It'll be a disciplined run chase, won't it? To get there. 2 slips in place for Conway to finish this over. That one worked through the leg side. It's going to be runs again for Gloucestershire. I think it's just going to be 2 as Bartlett make sure that doesn't go any further than just off the edge of the square. So that is the first half an hour after lunch complete of what I'm sure many would be called a crucial first hour in this session. It's 93 for 2.
It certainly is, and we'll just have a short delay here as I think Cam Bancroft and Miles Hammonds have a quick drink. Yeah, in terms of those updates from the other games, I don't think anything else has happened in terms of wickets in the column. Surrey still 3 down, Worcestershire still 8 down at New Road, and yeah, in the game up at Headingley, Yorkshire still 261 for 7. So we'll keep you posted with the scores on the doors from around the country. Of course, most of the games having already finished, though. Quite a few results on the 3rd day taking place yesterday, with teams like Glamorgan and Leicestershire, Sussex winning as well. Yeah, we have seen plenty of results in the County Championship over the course of these last 3 to 4 days. And it will be Calvin Harrison here from the Lynn Wilson centre end, bowling to the right-handed Cameron Bancroft, as we just have a slight obstruction behind the bowler's arm. Umpire happy for play to continue. And it will be Calvin Harrison here to the Gloucestershire captain. And Bancroft utilising the feet there very nicely. Just can't squeeze it past Gus Miller in there at short mid-wicket, though. In terms of the field, not too many men on the boundary. Harrison happy to be a little bit more proactive here with the field setting as Bancroft sets off for the quick run. Could be a shy of the stumps there from Luke Proctor. It was a light laser-like throw into the gloves of McManus. Strike is rotated though, and we'll just see the replay of that one. Slight bit of nervousness there, I imagine, for the Gloucestershire pairing as Proctor rifled it in. But as we said before, these two are very sharp and very quick between the wickets. Deliberate change in field here as well as Conway goes out towards deep backward square leg. It's Harrison. Drags that one slightly shorter. Allows for Hammond to clip it around the corner to the aforementioned Conway. Allows an easy single to be taken, and yet again the chess pieces being moved on the metaphorical board. George Bartlett, who was down there at long on, now pushed into a slightly deepish mid-off position. That one rises onto the bats of Cam Bancroft. Pushed out for a dot ball. 255 the requirements for Gloucestershire to taste victory, a second consecutive one in the second division. As for Northamptonshire, well, they're looking for 8 wickets. Can Calvin Harrison produce one here? Well, he can't on that occasion. It's an easy shot off the back foot there from Bancroft. Moves his personal score on to 39 from 74. It's a good partnership building here for the third wicket. 61 runs between this Anglo-Australian duo. Once again, Bartlett pushed down towards long on. Also a deep mid-wicket in place. Harry Conway in there, and another slight change here. Safe save is pulled out from leg slip, and he's going to just in front of the umpire there, the square leg. That time Hammond shuffling forward, meets the pitch of the ball, plays it back to the bowler, and that will be the end of over number 26. Gloucestershire 96 for 2, Bancroft on 39, Miles Hammond on 42. As the Northamptonshire think tank have a little get together here, you can see on your screen McManus and Proctor deep in conversation. Whether or not Liam Guthrie and Calvin Harrison will be part of that at some point remains to be seen. For now, it will be Harry Conway from the David Capel end against his fellow countryman Cameron Bancroft. He's not had the easiest of times as the Gloucestershire captain in the runs column. Since that century against Glamorgan, he's yet to surpass 50 since. Will today be the day?
It could be. I don't want to be one of those guys, but he did get 60 on there.
Oh, of course he did.
On day 2, didn't he?
Good point.
And he looked good for it until he got just strangled down the leg side by Harry Conway. Good take by McManus. And that genuinely felt like it was probably the only way he was going to get out. So he looked $1,000,000, didn't he? Out there in that innings of 60 in the first one for Gloucestershire. And so he's looked very good and very organised for his score of 39 so far. Northampton will just be hoping that as this ball gets a little bit softer, that they can extract some of that up and down movement that the likes of Zaman Akhtar managed to extract.
Yes, he did. He did. Akhtar looked dangerous, didn't he, from the David Capel end? And that the hope would be that Conway is the man to do that. Interestingly enough as well, we had that conversation, didn't we, with Darren Lehman yesterday, in terms of Conway targeting the stumps as well. And that will be the dismissal that they'll look to get Cam Green out with. Conway again bowling here to Cam Bancroft. Played out defensively once more as Gloucestershire continue to mount these runs. 98 for 2.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it, with this run chase? It's intimidating. Got these two there in the middle. Both of them scored hundreds here last year, which for some will live in the memory for the Northamptonshire players. But Cam Green 3 first-class hundreds this season in, what, 4 games, 5 games? It's not been very long, has it? James Bracey flying along in the run charts. Averaging, what was he averaging? 75, 76 before this game. Obviously, that innings of 5 would have dropped that down a little bit. And then you've got Graham Van Buren. So there is so much batting talent to come here for Gloucestershire that I thought Gloucestershire and Gloucestershire supporters would be genuinely quite excited about the prospect of this 252 or 55 and a bit overs.
Absolutely. Yeah, plenty still to play for. Conway bowling here to Bancroft. It's a confident shot that from Cam Bancroft. And just going back to the previous point, of course, I should have caveated it by saying second innings with Cam Bancroft because he had, of course, got that 60 in the first. But yeah, just to reiterate the point of that with regards to second innings performances, scores of 7, 43 and 22. So he's 3 runs shy of what would be his highest second innings score of the season so far. And yeah, how we would love to play that guiding hand in a Gloucestershire victory to round out this round of county championship encounters. It's Conway to Bancroft, who again works that down towards deep backward square leg. Will be another single off the bat of the opening bats. And at the end of over number 27, Gloucestershire move on to a score of 99 for 2. Bancroft on 42. Hammond's almost a mirror reflection in terms of runs scored. He is on 42. But as you can see, with a slightly more pronounced strike rate there, 42 from just 47 deliveries, playing almost List A style at the minute.
Yeah, and it's been a good start to the afternoon for Gloucestershire. Well, good probably doesn't do it justice. It's been an excellent start by Gloucestershire for this afternoon session. Haven't lost any more wickets. They've nearly got that runs required down below 250, so that'll be another little milestone ticked off for the visitors in the not too distant future. Leg spin of Harrison continues. Get 4 wickets, didn't he, in that first innings?
And here he is bowling to Cameron Bancroft. One of the first real shots of anger we've seen from the Gloucestershire captain after lunch, and that will bring up the 100 for the visitors in quite spectacular fashion. Let's just take this replay and have a little gander at that. Lovely shot. I mean, it was in the strike zone, wasn't it, for Cam Bancroft? Very powerful cricketer, just muscles that downtown for 4 runs. Yeah, just 4 runs shy of what would be that maiden half-century in the second innings.
Yeah, very much slot, wasn't it, from Carmen Harrison? And that milestone was surpassed, wasn't it? It's now below 250 required for Gloucestershire.
As Harrison bowls here to Bancroft, a very full delivery.
103 for 2.
Yep, and the plan's changed, hasn't it? Adi Sharma no longer under the lid. He's been pulled out of that position. That one very short from Cowan Harrison and flayed through the covers for a single.
Yeah, what can Northamptonshire do here just to begin to apply or try and apply a bit of pressure and potentially just slow Gloucestershire down a touch? Is there much? As I say, there has been 3 maidens bowled in the 27 overs that we've had. I think they would have obviously liked to have had a few more, but can they do much to bowl any more of them, or is it just going to be a bit of a List A finish here?
Yeah, it's a big question to answer that, to be honest. I mean, the current state of the game, as I said, I don't think Northants are a million miles behind, to be honest, as Harrison bowls here to Hammonds. That one attempting to slide it towards the off stump of the left-hander. Rounds out the over. Gloucestershire 104 for 2 after 28. Yeah, it's one of those, you've got to weigh up the risk versus reward, haven't you? Because there's a lot of time left in this game. 54 overs. It's not as though there's 27 overs left and you're just looking for wickets and you've got all those runs to play with.
Yeah.
This is on, to be honest, for Gloucestershire. They can get this as long as it doesn't traverse 5.5, 6 runs with 30 odd overs to spare. I think they'll think there's a glimmer here. So in terms of Northance's ploy, I think they'll be a little bit conservative for the next 10 to 15 overs.
Yep.
And then after that, if these two continue just to motor along, then you can get a little bit inventive. Maybe in terms of packing men around the bats or going for that short ball tactic or just trying something different really to manufacture something. Here is Conway to Bancroft. And that's edged and it's taken by McManus. Is it edged? Well, Northamptonshire were absolutely convinced. So too was the bowler. And we'll have to take a replay on this one because the umpire is completely unmoved on that one.
Yeah, umpire's just indicated that's brushed the back leg of Cameron Bancroft. It was just tapped his pocket, didn't he? And well, based on that angle, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't hear anything through the effects mic.
It's close, isn't it?
It certainly is.
That's very close.
Did it brush the outside edge before it hit the back pad? I certainly think it hit the back pad.
It did. That's the question, though, because that was razor thin, wasn't it? The gap between the two.
Very, very close, wasn't it? So I certainly didn't hear anything woody at all through the effects mic, and it's pretty good here at Wantage Road. So,
well, my immediate reaction was that was an edge. But then again, we're not at the greatest of angle here, to be honest, to determine that, as Conway, again, readies himself and charges into Cam Bancroft. Drops that one slightly shorter, keeping the Gloucestershire skipper on his toes. But that is fine, fine margins. I think that's how you'd describe it. Not quite as Ian Smith would say, the barest of margins, but incredibly close that to our conversation being null and invalid because Northants were, well, mere millimetres away from having a third and potentially breaking open this run chase.
yeah, breeze has just picked up again, hasn't it? See the flags over there just clinging on for dear life as it blows, whips across the outfield here at Wantage Road.
Yeah, certainly is beginning to pick up. Conway to Bancroft again. That is a lovely looking shot. Won't beat the dive of the fielder though. That is some really sharp work down there by James Sales, who's been active in that fielding position so far.
That's a brilliant standard, isn't it? Set by James Sales. Just potentially Northamptonshire will feel that they're slightly behind the 8 ball. And to be able to throw yourself on 2 of those now and save your team what's become 6 runs should hopefully motivate the teammates as well to provide that same level of intensity in on the field.
Yep, certainly does. Also prevents Cam Bancroft from reaching the half century, at least on that delivery. Keeps him on 48 from 88 deliveries as Conway comes in around the wicket to the left-handed Hammond. Happy to play that with soft hands and guide it out into the offside for no run. I suppose the other question that I do have on my mind, Dan, is with regards to bowling changes in the seam department, at least. Once this spell from Conway is finished, do you think Proctor will take it upon himself, or do you think we'll see Guthrie again? Might he change it with Sales or Miller? We'll talk about that after this delivery from Conway, which is defended back to the bowler. So Gloucestershire still 105 for 2 in the 29th. The requirement 245 to win from the remaining 53 overs.
That's a fantastic question. I'd love to give you a proper answer to it. Guthrie gives you the wicket taking ability. He will search for them, but he will go for runs. And if the taking wickets is going to slow the run rate down, that will add as a contribution. But he's bowled 5 overs and he's gone for 27. He has got one of the 2 wickets, but 5.5 runs and over from Liam Guthrie. We will see him again. No doubt about that at all. The captain undoubtedly will want to lead by example. He's been a bit expensive at 4.25, and he's normally miserly with ball in hand. It's a good start to the over from Calvin Harrison. Sales, potentially. Miller, I don't think so. potentially Safe Sage got a bit more to play in this game as well with that left arm orthodox.
Well, for the time being, it is Harrison, of course, from this Lynn Wilson centre end. Another push forward there from Cam Bancroft. I think this is a well-paced innings, this, from the Gloucestershire captain. Not tried anything out of the extraordinary, but if it's been wide and tempting, he's had the presence of mind to punish it, not allowing the pressure to continually build, as Harrison just changing his field slightly there. Got deep cover in play, who was at deep point. He won't be needed on that occasion. It's turned around the corner. Another quick single there for Cam Bancroft. This has been another trademark characteristic of the Western Australians' performance so far. It's a case of the old give and go, the drop and run. Just putting those Northants fielders on ice at times and almost taking them by surprise in terms of the regularity from which they're happy to run. It's Harrison to Hammond. Seen that plenty of times, and Harrison himself having a little bit of a shot at the stumps there.
I think the question's being asked here, is it that Miles Hammond obstructed the field, did he? Harrison's asking the question. Hammond's kind of gesturing back and saying, well, what else do you want me to do? And the two umpires are coming together for a conversation here. But he stayed out of his crease for a long time. I mean, he made his crown, didn't he, Hammond? I mean, this would be a remarkable turn of events, which I think has been dealt with there as the ball's underarmed back to Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, just looking back on that, he couldn't really do much more than what he did. So I'm also glad that that wasn't the dismissal as well, because that would have put a little bit of a grey cloud over what's been a great game of cricket, and that is some shots from Miles Hammond. Goes on the reverse and switches it down towards what was previously deep third. We'll just plug in the surface ever so slightly, but look at the running yet again. They've run 4 runs there. So even though it didn't go against the boundary rope, they've still got the presence of mind to turn that 3 into a 4, and that's frustrating for the bowler. Very, very frustrating that for Calvin Harrison, but a good shot yet again from Miles Hammond.
Yeah, it's the second all-run 4 that we've seen in this fixture, isn't it? Both of which I think came up towards that long pocket of the grounds. Fantastic little response there from Hammond, having probably just a raise in the heart rate when the two umpires started to walk together and have a chat with one another. And a nice little win there, I guess, for Hammond over Harrison as well, to just assert a bit of dominance back on what's been a brilliant hour now for Gloucestershire, isn't it?
Yep, it has, and the partnership continuing to build. It stands at 75 between Bancroft and Hammond. Interestingly enough about that as well, all of those runs coming off the bat. No extras, no leg buys, no buys.
Well, I was going to say, that's one thing that Northamptonshire, despite the fact that the maidens haven't been there, they can pride themselves on the bowling performance here. As you say, they haven't given anything to Gloucestershire for free. Yes, they've bowled a couple of bad balls here and there, but they've not overstepped. They've not bowled wides. They've not, like McManus hasn't given away any buys so far, touch wood.
Of course, Conway into Bancroft. Attempts that drop and run again, just guiding it out towards the fielder in the covers. George Bartlett it is on that occasion doing the fielding. Bancroft just 1 run shy of what would be his second half century in the match. A real captain's knock this from the Western Australian. It's Conway then to Bancroft. Defended back to the bowler. That won't be the moment. No reprieve at all here from Harry Conway, who's bowled incredibly disciplined so far. 1 for 23 from his 8.2 overs, includes 2 of those maidens that you were talking about previously, Dan. He has been A real standout here for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, Northamptonshire, they've got to find a way to be able to bowl dry for a period of time. It's not a case of hemorrhaging runs, are they, by any stretch? They're just leaking them. They need to bowl dry for 3 or 4 overs, not even a huge period of time. Just string a couple of maidens together. Just let that run rate just climb a little bit more and just see how Bancroft and Hammond react if the scoreboard doesn't move for 10 minutes, as opposed to just these singles just being conceded consistently at the moment.
Conway is to Bancroft. Thinks about the idea of going for a quick single, but he won't take on Adi Sharma, who tumbles there to make the stop. And he's had a good effort in the field so far as Adi Sharma. Still got the shin pads on as well. Just noticed that, so may see him in at short leg against the spin in due course. 2 more deliveries remaining in this 31st over. As Conway bowls to Bancroft. Again, he's looking for that exact same shot. He's produced plenty of them so far today, but George Bartlett is perfectly placed to prevent that scenario from materialising. So 110 for 2. 240 required for the Gloucestershire victory. And of course, for Northamptonshire, 8 wickets. Could go either way. Every single result firmly possible here in the East Midlands. It's Conway then for the final time in the 31st over. And that will be a dot ball to round it out. Well bowled, Harry Conway. Another fine stint that from the David Capel end. And that is a maiden over. Gloucestershire remain 110 for 2 with Bancroft on 49 and Miles Hammond on 46.
Yep, good over, wasn't it, for Northamptonshire? And Harry Conway, can Calvin Harrison back him up? He's not really been able to do so, has he? Gloucestershire batters there just having a drink and potentially a little conversation with the 12th man. I don't think either of them will need kind of updates or plans or anything being fed out from the balcony. I think the 2 of them will be so experienced, they'll know exactly what they'll need to do in the context of the game.
They certainly will. And while we have this brief stoppage, unfortunately, it's raining at New Road. So the weather may save Worcestershire in that local derby. The real interesting one is at the Oval. Sorry, 178 for 5. So the requirement would be 240 off 51. Whether or not they can manage that remains to be seen. We'll keep you posted with those scores in the First Division as Calvin Harrison bowls here to Miles Hammond. Looking to score what would be a second half century in this match. Got 51 in the first knock. And again, goes for the sweep shots. It's aerial. And that is the moment for Miles Hammond. You can hear the cries of well batted Hammo as Miles Hammond reaches a half century for the second time in this encounter. It's been a very proficient and effective knock so far. 50 from 55 deliveries. Includes plenty of boundaries. He's really taken the attack to the spin bowlers in fine fashion. Miles Hammond, well batted. Very, very good knock this from the Gloucestershire number 4. And he's given plenty for Luke Proctor and Calvin Harrison to ponder about as more changes take place in the field. Also an update from Headingley. Well, Yorkshire on the cusp of defeat there. They're 277 for 9 against Nottinghamshire, who have absolutely bolted out of the gates in Division 1. Looks like that will be a victory to maintain their place at the top before the T20 blast block.
Yeah, Hammond here just nullifying what we all thought was going to be the trump card for Northamptonshire. On day 4, we just expected a bit more turn, didn't we? And Harrison to have a bigger impact on this fixture. But at the moment, Gloucestershire have got all the answers to every question that they've been asked as yet. It only takes one ball. One ball to create a moment. Get the tails up, get the confidence up. We were here a fortnight ago and it was Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris doing a very similar role here between Cameron Bancroft and Miles Hammond. And all of a sudden, Harris elected to run at Harrison and deposit him over the Lynn Wilson centre end. Missed it, was stumped by McManus and just brought a procession of second innings wickets after that. I don't think we're going to have that kind of game here at Wantage Road. Not with Cam Green, James Bracey and Graham Van Buren to come.
No, it would take something quite spectacular for that to manifest itself, as Harrison bowling here to Miles Hammond. Gives that plenty of flights. It's taken well by a diving Adi Sharma. Umpire unmoved yet again.
Great effort, wasn't it, by Adi Sharma under the lid. Stayed on that the whole time. Let's have a look at the replay and have an idea as to what's happened. I think that has just come off the pad there, isn't it, of Hammond as it's ballooned up. Get another look of it this way around. Yeah, I think that's just off the front pad, don't you?
Yep, I would agree with that. There's just something I wanted to touch upon there from a fielding point of view from Adi Sharma. That is textbook with regards to how to dive. He's not dived onto his knee where the ball can bobble up. He's actually rotated his hips as he's gone diving. So that's really positive to see. I know that he's obviously sprightly. He's 19 years old on first-class debut, but that's a good fielding technique. He's been well coached there.
Certainly so. Harry Conway then from the David Capel end. Just the one slip in place as Bancroft takes that through to Luke Proctor on the back foot. Fortunately, it's only going to cost one, but it does bring up the 50 for the Gloucestershire skipper, Cameron Bancroft. Moves to 50 off 98. So both of these batters in the middle now passing that milestone. And Cameron Bancroft goes back-to-back 50s here at Wantage Road in this fixture. Takes the score up to 115 for 2. Which takes that tally down to, what, 235 to win for Gloucestershire.
And this was the stand, wasn't it, as well, in the first innings. It frustrated Northamptonshire immensely. It was 80, wasn't it? They went from 72 for 2 to 152 for 3. Funnily enough, I mean, if you're superstitious, look what the partnership's on now. Stands at exactly 80. So is this the moment where we get a little bit of deja vu? But doesn't appear that way, does it, in terms of the compactness that Cam Bancroft and the flair that Miles Hammond is displaying?
Yeah, it's a good bumper from Conway. Well evaded by Miles Hammond. No, you're right. I think the two of them have just played this situation perfectly, haven't they? Yes, that run rate has increased ever so slightly. It was 4.3 at the start of the innings. It's now up to 4.72. So it's not really changed. And I don't necessarily think it's going to get to a number that is going to be intimidating for any period of time for Gloucestershire. But Northamptonshire need wickets. They need one very, very soon. So Hammond can't get that past. Safe save in there at mid-wicket. But it is just starting to look around now for Northamptonshire and wonder as to where that wicket is going to come from. Who's going to be the person to step up? Who's going to be the person to break this partnership? There's still so much cricket to be played out here. As Conway continues his spell. It's another short ball. That one just drifting down the leg side by Harry Conway. big drive from Hammond, but there is protection out there now on the offside. Northamptonshire just aware that they might have conceded a few too many runs on the drive for Miles Hammonds. They put the protection out, made sure it was just one. That's something, of course, that Northamptonshire are able to do. They can just spread the field, can't they, and try and protect, particularly that short side boundary. Will involve potentially leaking a few more singles, but that would be one way that they could potentially just control Gloucestershire if they felt like they were getting away. They won't feel like that at the moment, but I think they will be starting to get a little bit concerned at the fact that this partnership is growing, isn't it? And both of them look pretty comfortable at the crease.
Yep, they do, and it's different approaches here for Cam Bancroft and Miles Hammond. Spoke about this earlier, but Bancroft as the captain looking to be the anchor of this innings, whereas Hammond going out there with a little bit more freedom and fluency and a lot more attacking as well, it has to be said, in terms of the way in which he's trying to pick apart some of the Northamptonshire bowlers. But this almost fire and ice approach is working very nicely for Gloucestershire so far, because you've got the assurance of Bancroft being sensible and resolute and compact at one end, just playing the ball on its merits and keeping the scoreboard moving. And then, of course, you've got the other side of that, which is Miles Hammond, who is not allowing for the X-Factor bowlers, your Conways, your Harrisons, and the likes to get into their groove. So far, it's so good for Gloucestershire. But we said this yesterday, cricket is a funny game. It can change at any given moment.
An appeal from McManus, asking the question whether that was pad first. Harrison continues to toil away from the Lynn Wilson centre end. You are right, it is a funny game, and it's topsy-turvy, it ebbs and it flows. It's been forced into life by both sets of players, and that one's well left as it slides past the off stump. So we've certainly got a game on day 4 here at Wantage Road. Stream at Northamptonshire, powered by Daffabet. Harrison bowling his leggies to Miles Hammond, who at the moment has had an answer all the way through the course of this 67 ball innings that he's faced so far. He's raced along to 51. Short leg and a first slip in place. Again, defended successfully by Miles Hammond. I think it is that they have to find a way of just dotting up a couple of maidens. Because at the minute, I don't think Hammond and Bancroft have felt under pressure really for any moment in this innings. As an ooh and an ah, but at the end of the day, it's another single for Gloucestershire. But it will be interesting to see which rotation occurs next with the bowlers. You just see the breeze picking up there as our camera is getting a bit of a wobble on the gantry, just along from our commentary position. Just picking up again. It gets a little bit gloomy overhead. The floodlights have been on, haven't they, since lunch? But not making that much of a difference, as that's almost muscled through mid-on by Cameron Bancroft, but straight at his opposing captain, Luke Proctor, and it's a dot ball to finish. So a good over for Harrison, a good over for Northamptonshire, just one run coming from it.
Yeah, very good indeed. And that'll also give Harrison a little bit of promise towards the end. The fact that Bancroft was willing to expand a little bit, of course, that brings the leg spinner into the game if your opponents are looking to take on those fielding positions. And here is the answer then from Luke Proctor with regards to that change in bowling. He's looking for wickets here. It's not a case of restricting. He wants to go for those wickets. So it will be Liam Guthrie coming on to bowl and replace Harry Conway, his fellow Australian from the David Capel end.
Yeah, it was 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13, Harry Conway. And that's one thing one of multiple things that he offers you as a bowler. He is economical. He doesn't get deposited that often. Guthrie on the other hand, despite being one of the 2 wicket takers, will go for runs, and Hammond gets one off the first ball of the spell in there on the leg side. Partnership now worth 82, 83 in fact, 141 deliveries. 118 for 2. 232 required for Gloucestershire. 48 or 47.5 overs remain in the day's play. 8 wickets in hand for the visitors, both sides searching for their second victory of the 2025 County Championship. One banged into the surface by Guthrie and defended by Bancroft.
Yep, no further updates from the County Championship. However, in the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup, we have had the first results on finals day in Taunton. Surrey have beaten the Birmingham Bears by 3 wickets in the first of the semi-finals. And in the second one, the Blaze 33 for 1 having been put into bat by Lancashire.
Changing the field as Zabe drops out to deep point. Comes into action straight away. Just allows a single there for Cameron Bancroft. Not been an abundance of lateral movement, has there, for the Northamptonshire seamers in this 4th innings. I think the biggest thing that's just causing a bit of concern for Northamptonshire is the fact that the pitch hasn't particularly broken down. I think that was something that probably players and coachings and thinking teams were expecting. It's a short ball. That's going to be close to being a wide, and it is, as signalled by the umpire at square leg and then at standing end. But I think that's probably the biggest thing, isn't it? The fact that it hasn't turned as much as maybe what people were expecting, or the pitch hasn't particularly broken down.
You've read my mind. Exactly the point I was going to bring up with regards to the next over from Calvin Harrison. We touched upon it yesterday. There hasn't been the deterioration, has there, that we would have expected, as that one is pulled away out towards deep square leg. Be fielded there by Safe Save for a single. Yeah, there hasn't been the degree of wear and tear which I think anybody expected at the moment. There has been some genuine spin at times, but it's nothing, as you would describe it, as lavish. There hasn't been a ridiculous extra degree of turn in this surface, and as a result, even when you're trying to pitch it in that rough that you can see on the wicket, it's not really deviating as much as you'd expect.
No, not a huge amount. As Guthrie continues, a nice change of angle there for Liam Guthrie. That's really well fielded in there at cover by, I think that's Greg Smith on at 12th man in Luke Proctor's jumper. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is.
Well, that was my next question.
Northamptonshire 2s are playing a T20 warm-up against Somerset down at Milton Keynes, I think. So pretty much all the other playing staff are away. And so the batting coach has found himself in the firing line at cover.
Well, it is something which I was going to ask if anyone actually had the answer to who Northamptonshire's 12th man was, because in this game we've seen Ben Sanderson, we've seen Justin Broad, we've seen Tian Lowe. All 3 of those are, as you said, playing in Milton Keynes against Somerset. So, yeah, let's try and figure out if that is Greg Smith. That'd be quite funny, of course. It's not the first time we've seen a coach out there. I know that in pre-season, Adam Hollyoake down at Kent was doing some fielding, which was always great to see. And he's a great character. Always had a lot of time for Adam Hollyoake. But, of course, we've seen Paul Collingwood in the England setup as well. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see about that.
I'm pretty sure it is. On his lap with Darren Lehman, he definitely had the whites on underneath the big jacket. Well, that one's an interesting moment for Calvin Harrison. It was very, very wide. Almost died off the surface, and I think ended up being collected by Vasconcelos at first slip. It's really flighted, and Cameron Bancroft accepts the invitation and hits Calvin Harrison for 4 down the ground over mid-off. For a second there, I wondered whether mid-off would have been interested, but the Australian's got enough and plenty of it. So he adds another boundary. His innings of 56 so far. It's another different look for Harrison. It's not going to do much to build the pressure, but can you bowl one of those and create a moment of indecision? As it was, it wasn't, and it did deposit down for 4. Nicely flighted. Almost too full, really. I think that's one thing. I think Harrison's just struggled to find a length here that's going to provide the assistance, isn't it? It's his 10th over of the spell, and he's gone for 37 runs in it. Hasn't bowled a maiden. 14, nearly 15th over of the innings. None for 49 for the Nottinghamshire loanee. Still just searching away, and that's a drag down. It's pulled away by Bancroft. That could be the second boundary of the over. Safe saves quick, and safe save, despite the encouragement from the Gloucestershire supporters beneath us, does win the race there.
Yep, he is lightning fast, isn't he? Safe save, and that was a rather extravagant take, wasn't it, from Lewis McManus diving forward with the dolphin dive. But yeah, in terms of that boundary from Cam Bancroft, that was a sublime shot, wasn't it? Great use of the feet there, and generated an opportunity seemingly out of nothing to dispatch it down the ground. So that was very, very good to see as Guthrie comes on to bowl again from the David Capel end.
Yeah, and McManus there again. It's just one of those moments, isn't it, that you set your own standards. You could have quite happily have kind of picked that up on the half volley and scuffed it on the wicket block or whatever they might be working on. Obviously, we can't see the condition of the ball from this far, but he's taken it on the full to make sure that it does stay in as good of condition as possible. Obviously, it's used now. This is his 37th over, but I like it from Lewis McManus. It's quick from Guthrie. That's something that Liam Guthrie will offer. He is quick. He's the quickest of the Northamptonshire bowlers. That left arm angle. As I say, it does just feel like the pitch has just continued to get better as the game's gone on. It's got about as gloomy as it has done all day here at Wantage Road.
Still very windy as well, isn't it? You could see the shirt of Guthrie there billowing in the wind.
And there's a short ball, and it's pulled away by Bancroft, straight to the man at deep square leg, so it will just be a single. Yeah, I suppose the risk here with the weather, as you mentioned about the fact that that game is currently off for rain over at Worcester. The angle of that weather forecast and the trajectory, does it make its way over, or does it fade out across the Midlands before it makes its way over to this side or not, is yet to be seen. It's not going to be imminent, is it, by any stretch? But hopefully it doesn't turn up here in Northampton. And that's a beauty. Oh, it just evades a diving Calvin Harrison at gully. And that's well tracked down by Gus Miller. It's just going to be a couple of runs. That would have been a spectacular catch by Harrison. He's taken some good ones in this game so far. There is that bit of extra zip, that bit of extra pace that we spoke about with Liam Guthrie. For the first time, Miles Hammond just looked a little bit uncomfortable in what's been a fantastic innings by Gloucestershire's number 4. It's 36.5 overs now have been bowled in the innings. As it is, it just adds 2 runs to the tally. And again, Guthrie really firing this through, and it almost feels like he's going as quick as he possibly can in this spell. Probably be a short burst for the left arm Aussie. Give us everything you've got, Liam Guthrie, I guess would have been the message from Luke Proctor. 3 overs, 4 maybe. just rotate the seamers round as obviously Calvin Harrison is installed, isn't he? Almost as a permanent fixture from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Back to Bancroft, and again, pace on, well stopped by James Sales, just pushes the ball out in front of him. That way you can just make sure you keep an eye on it in case there is a chance of a run out on the misfield, rather than having to scramble around and search for it behind you or underneath you. Safe save, I reckon, will be chomping at the bit to get ball in hand. Whether you would replace Calvin Harrison with safe save or not, I don't know. Whether you go spin from both ends would be another look, but you do have that short leg side boundary, which is going to be tough. That is quick. There's caught behind. What a take that is by Lewis McManus. There's the breakthrough. The pace has worked. Guthrie comes into the attack and is second over in the spell. Picks up the big wicket of Cameron Bancroft. It's a short ball. It's rushed the Gloucestershire skipper for pace. And what a take that was by Northampton's wicket-keeper, Lewis McManus. And it's 3 down, and Bancroft goes for 60.
Absolutely outstanding. That's from Lewis McManus. We'll see the replay on the screen now. It's a fiery short ball, that, isn't it? And Bancroft just too tempting, flashes the hands at it, and a high leaping catch from the Northants wicket-keeper sees the back of the Gloucestershire captain. Interestingly enough, we spoke about the mirroring of that first innings. Bancroft gone for 60 in both innings. So that is a huge moment in this run chase. Regardless, it is a great knock. 60 from 114. He has done exactly what has been expected of him. And now, as one Western Australian departs Wantage Road, another massive one enters. It's Cam Green, the man who scored 118 unbeaten runs in the first innings. He really was the standout in his final batting efforts for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club in 2025. What can Northamptonshire do to restrict this man?
It doesn't get any easier, does it?
No, it doesn't.
That is the thing. As you said, fresh off the third 100 that he scored this year in 2025. Makes his way out to the middle. As you said, you were there, you witnessed that match-winning knock a week ago to the day. Can he just replicate the heroics? What he managed against Kent.
Yep, scored a century and a match-winning 67 not outs in that game. The only kind of blight on that performance was the drop from Jack Leaning at second slip when he was just on 3 runs. And I wonder what the tactic will be here, because we had Darren Lehman join us yesterday on comms. And what did he mention about the method of dismissal?
The LBW was the big one for Cam Green. Challenged that front pad early in the innings. I tell you what an absolute screamer that was by Lewis McManus. You're not going to find a better catch from a wicketkeeper anywhere across the course of the weekend than the one you've just seen from Lewis McManus to dismiss Cameron Bancroft. That will make highlights reels, or it should do. I mean, if I was Lewis McManus, I'd be having that printed out and put on the mantelpiece as a photograph. That's incredible by the Northants keeper. And that's good turn by Harrison into Miles Hammond. Now, is that wicket just something there that just pumps some air back into the tyres of Northamptonshire? The current equation is 217 runs off 45 overs with 7 wickets. It's interesting. And that's going to run away down to Harry Conway at fine leg. I'm not quite sure how it's got there. We'll have an eye on the umpire. Does it come off the bat? Is it buys? Is it leg buys? Maybe buys. That must have really gripped and spat out of those footholes. It was very, very full. It's going to run down for a bye. Wow, that has actually turned. Turned considerably as well for Calvin Harrison.
It's one of those, isn't it? It's the moral victory for the bowler. Yes, it's gone down as buys. It's unfortunate for McManus because it does go against him as the keeper, but the fact that there is that extra degree of bite and purchase off the wickets, I mean, that will definitely get the leg spinner going.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got his sights on Cam Green. First ball for Cam Green, and defends it to Adi Sharma. I tell you what, they'll want another over from Liam Guthrie at the minute, just as it's as gloomy as it has been here at Wantage Road. It's going to pass pretty quickly here, isn't it? Oh, and that's just padded away. An inquiry from McManus, but umpire unmoved and just checks with his colleague at square leg that there's 2 remaining in the over. Green looking to get off the mark. Harrison here really floating it up there, giving it a chance. Hopefully drawing in that front pad of Cam Green early in his innings. Googly there to finish the over. Good over for Northamptonshire, backing up that previous one where they picked up the wicket of Cam Bancroft off the final ball of Liam Guthrie's over. So it's 134 for 3, 44 overs remain, 216 runs required for Gloucestershire. Run rate just shy of 5s now for the remainder of the game. Looks like we are, well, there's a bit of drizzle going on outside as the rain just hits the window in front of us. And unfortunately, if it starts touching this window, it's normally fairly steady. So as I thought, the players and the umpires are going to make their way off and the covers are going to come on for a short intermission. I think it will only be short, just one of the showers that we predicted may or may not hit us over the course of the afternoon. So as I just said, it's 134 for 3 of 38 overs, 44, a minimum of 44 remain in the day. And Gloucestershire will require 216 runs with 7 second innings wickets remaining.
Yeah, and we hope that it is just a passing shower. Just looking out of the window, it doesn't seem too heavy set. So, yeah, we'll take a short intermission here on the YouTube live stream. And when we return, we'll see the resumption of the run chase as Gloucestershire and Northants lock horns here in the final couple of sessions on day 4. Well, welcome back, folks, from what has been possibly a contender for the world's shortest ever rain delay. We had a very brief shower there, so much so that the players did not have the time to actually properly exit the field. I don't think I've ever seen that, to be honest. The grey clouds begin to loom overhead. However, there is some spots of white cloud coming over from Northampton town centre, so hopefully that will be the only interruption that we have. So, yeah, welcome back. We hope that you didn't leave us for too long.
I don't think they had charts on them, did they?
As I said, I'd love to know how long that delay actually took place for, but the umpire's happy with the state of the weather at the moment.
It's still drizzling out there, though. You can see on the window in front of us. I realise nobody on the live stream will be able to see it, but it is just hitting the window, isn't it, in front of us as it's blowing across on the breeze. And if anything, it's a little bit, you can see it, can't you? So I don't know whether we're done yet or not, but I'm curious as to see here, has that done anything to the surface? Has it just quickened it up a touch for Liam Guthrie, just with that little bit of moisture that may just be sat on the surface, those few blades of live grass. Is this just a conversation here between the umpires to see if there are any overs have been lost for that little delay?
Potentially, but just looking at the over rate, I mean, it stands at +8, and
Yeah.
we have seen an awful lot of spin. So I think we'll be fine in that capacity, to be honest. I think the most interesting thing here is actually Miles Hammond, because he was adamant he wanted to go off, and the umpires had to usher him back onto the field of play. So whether or not that has disrupted his rhythm a little bit, he's looked very good so far for this 57. But here we go then. It will be Guthrie to continue here to Miles Hammond. Starts off with a dot ball. Yeah, I can hand on heart say I don't think I've ever seen a rain delay like that in my life. Been watching county cricket now for best part of 16 years, attending fixtures. Usually when you see that, it's not necessarily curtains, of course, but it's usually, right, you spend 30 minutes in the stands and just wait for the covers to peel off, but didn't even have a chance for the covers to properly go onto the wickets as Guthrie bowling here to Hammond. That's a very adept flick out towards mid-wicket. They're chancing the arm there of Saif Zabe, who has a shy at the non-striker's end. Cam Green fast enough to ensure there were no issues for the visitors.
Yeah, and we're the only live game in the championship now, Aaron. Off for rain down at the Oval, off for rain at New Road. So if anybody has appeared in the Northamptonshire live stream that hasn't been watching over the last 3 days, then welcome in. Welcome to Wantage Road. There's Liam Guthrie searching for another one. He's bowling his heart out here, isn't he? He's really given everything he's got in the locker for his team and for his captain. It really was a quick bumper to Bancroft, and he just couldn't catch up with it, could he? He ends up trying to swat it away. And I have to say, if you weren't there and you didn't see the catch, you've got to go and find a replay of that for Lewis McManus, because what a screamer it was to remove the captain of Gloucestershire. Provide a little bit of hope for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, it does. It's just the inroad, isn't it, that Northants were so desperately hoping for. And it does make me laugh, actually, the fact that for those who were maybe checking along on one of the cricket websites and it said rain delay in Northampton, they probably refreshed it and it said in play. So, one of the many great things we love about this sport. And yeah, I have just checked the radar. It looks okay for the next hour. Potentially some rain coming in from Banbury around about 4:15, though. So yeah, let's hope that doesn't play spoil sport, because we are set for what is a fascinating game of cricket. And we've said that so often, but it really is. The fact is there's so much at play for both of these sides. We've seen all of those previous results in the second division. Glamorgan winning, Derbyshire beating Kent today, Leicestershire maintaining that hot streak at the top of the table. These two sides are gunning for the victory here, especially Northamptonshire, because there is a big gap between them and second place Derbyshire, who have already surpassed 3 figures, as Liam Guthrie bowls here to Hammond. It's a short ball, keeps the Gloucestershire number 4 on his toes, and also rounds out over number 39. Gloucestershire 138 for 3. Cam Green yet to get off the mark, while Miles Hammond resides on 61.
Yeah, it was another quick bumper, wasn't it? Don't necessarily think that little drizzle has affected the wicket that much. I did wonder whether it might just add a little bit of pace to it. If it got slightly damp, just the ball can just kiss off the surface a little bit quicker, but doesn't appear to have done so. Hopefully as well that it's not dampened any turn that Harrison was just starting to generate. It just felt like in that last over that he's bowled that it was just starting to do a little bit more off the surface, wasn't it?
It was, yes. It was that delivery to Miles Hammond which would have made the eyes light up. It's Harrison here. That's a full toss to Cam Green. Just drills it along the carpet up towards Luke Proctor. Probably should have scored from that, knowing Cam Green's ilk and quality. Just looking to work that down the ground, wasn't he, as Harrison comes into bowl once more, and Green happy there to pad that one away. Not quite been the exhibition of padding up to spin that we saw Anuj Dal do against Lancashire. Of course, that did the rounds on social media. I think it had over 120,000 likes. It was crazy. As Harrison bowls here to Green, pushes that back to the bowler for no run. But it's one of those things. It's part of the game at times. You've got to be patient. You've got to be gritty. You've got to value your wicket. That's what it comes down to. And Anuj Dal on that occasion certainly did that as Calvin Harrison bowls here to Cam Green. A lot flatter in trajectory, adding a little bit of extra velocity on that particular ball.
And Northampton have just been able to find this period where they've restricted the scoring rate, haven't they? First time the run rate's just ticked over 5.
And that will be the first runs off the bats for Cam Green. Works that out towards deep mid-wicket. Should be 3 runs. And I did take a look at the wagon wheel overnight. I promised I would on day 3 with Cam Green's 118, and 33 of his runs came in that region. So, yeah, it is quite a strong area for the Western Australian. Loves a good pull shot in front of square, and also those little manipulations and deviations through mid-wicket, trying to find those gaps. Does it to a superb degree. As we see the change in field here for the left-handed Hammond. Harrison coming around the wickets to the number 4. Drops that one slightly shorter in comparison to the ones that he bowled to Cam Green. And that will be the end of over number 40. Gloucestershire 141 for 3. Hammond on 61. Cam Green getting off the mark. He is 3 from 9 deliveries.
Yeah, I've just had a watch of that over through the monitor, and it does just start to feel that that's just biting a little bit more for Calvin Harrison.
Well, that's something that I'm very, very happy to hear. I must say, always nice to see leg spinners properly in the game and getting that extra bit of assistance from the pitch. It won't be spin from both ends, though, as Liam Guthrie will continue this stint and this stretch from the David Capel ends. Currently has those figures of 2 for 40 from his 8 overs and 2 massive wickets in the context of this run chase. Ben Charlesworth for 14, and most recently, the Gloucestershire captain, Cam Bancroft, departing the piece for 60. It's Guthrie to Cam Green. One Western Australian takes on another, and Green, as a result of the misfield off the shin of the fielder, will scamper through for the single.
Yeah, a bit of a soft way to let Green get down the other end there, wasn't it? Bit of a gentle, floaty full toss from Liam Guthrie. I think his natural length is back of it, and I think that's where he generates his real pace. I think if he just tries to push it forward, I think it just comes out of the hand a little bit slower and can look a little bit floaty, which that one did.
It's Guthrie this time to Hammond.
There's that length, isn't it? That's where he looks comfortable. That's where he looks like he's quick.
He does, but that is also a length and a line which will suit Miles Hammond as well. Likes to play off the back foot and punch those shots square of the wicket, as he did there to deep point. Just looking at the field here to Cam Green. Only the one slip catcher in place. It is the bucket hands of Ricardo Vasconcelos who resides there, and Green shuffles forward, as we saw in that first innings, looking to meet that one before there is any bite or nibble potentially off the wicket. Not that there has been so far here on the 4th day, but of course just negating that factor.
Yeah, the other thing with Cam Green as well, let's not forget the fact he was not out at the end of that innings when they declared it tea yesterday. There was one half chance, wasn't there? The one that was kind of mullered back at Liam Guthrie. Half chance. That was on 54 for Cam Green. And to add insult to injury, it required Liam Guthrie to head off the field and get some treatment as well, as it cannoned into the knee or the shin of the Aussie. So it did end up going on to cost 64, but other than that, there wasn't a lot else going, was there, for Northamptonshire against Cam Green?
No, there wasn't, and he is a contender for Overseas Player of the Season so far. To think that it's just been a 5-match stint, 3 centuries. I mean, that is extraordinary value for money, isn't it? As Liam Guthrie Ball's hit to Cam Green, slightly aerial. It goes underneath the fielder, and that will be 4 more runs off the bats of Cam Green. He moves on to 8 from 13, and yet again, it's that area of strength. Liam Guthrie trying to target the pads, bring the LBW dismissal into play, and it's simply caressed through to deep mid-wicket there by Cam Green. Very nonchalant stroke that from the Western Australian.
Yeah, it was. Gus Miller will be really disappointed about that. That wasn't the most challenging piece of fielding that he'll ever have to do in his Northamptonshire career.
That one also very simple for Cam Green. Just guides that off the hips and goes down to deep square leg. They think about coming back for an overthrow. I don't think there was ever an additional run on there, and that was a good job that Cam Green straight away just shouted no. I mean, this is not the opportunity to throw away a wicket. Gloucestershire 148 for 3 after 41. Still 40 overs remain here, so confirmation we did unfortunately lose an over as a result of that incredibly short rain delay. But then again, I mean, still plenty of time on the clock here, especially with all this spin being bowled by Calvin Harrison and potentially Safe Zabe a little bit later on as well. And it will be Harrison to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's got Cam Green in his sights. First delivery is a dot ball to Harry Conway out there at backward point.
Yeah, we lost 5 minutes, didn't we? All in all, I would have thought for that rain delay at the time that the colours made the way back off the field again. So not surprised that we've lost an over.
Well, there's a stoppage here. Not entirely sure what caught Cam Green's attention there, but just put him off ever so slightly. Harry Conway gets a little bit loose there at backward point. Harrison bowling here to Cam Green, played defensively. That run rate just beginning to climb a little bit. It's not into nosebleed territory at this stage, just a touch under 5.1 per over, but it has gone down a little bit as Harrison bowls here a lot flatter to Cam Green. Was touching 3.9 to 3.95 a little bit earlier on when Miles Hammond and Cam Bancroft were out in the middle. But of course, as is the case in any format of cricket, this is a little bit of a rebuild stage, this for the visitors. Cam Green looks to drive that one forward.
Yeah, I was just looking. What have we got? 7.5 overs to go until tea?
Yep.
Till that 32. So 3.5 runs per over for 8 overs, 28 runs would take Gloucestershire up to 176 at tea if they continued at this rate. So 176 at tea, chasing 350. Leave 174 for the evening session. The 32 overs would be up to just around 5.4 runs per over. So still well on for Gloucestershire.
Well, that is another strong shot there from Cam Green. He moves on to 10, and that is the end of over number 42. Gloucestershire 149 for 3. Spoke there about Cam Green being 10 from 20. Miles Hammond still out there on 62. And it will be Liam Guthrie from the David Capel end as the flags continue to flutter over there at the ground staff shed. Of course, the flags of Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire, they've looked beautiful over the course of these past 4 days, and it's just a shame that the weather today hasn't been so beautiful. We had some sunny intervals earlier, but yeah, since then it's almost been your standard British day, hasn't it? Grey, dull, gloomy, bit murky at times as well.
Yeah, there must be a really great story about that Gloucestershire flag as well. That looks like that's in a lot of cricket around the UK.
Well, here is Guthrie to Cam Green. Well, my question, and I posed this the other day, is who actually brings the flags? If anybody in the live stream knows that, because it's the same at every county. The fact is they bring them, they're on the flagpole for those 4 days. Like, I'd love to know whose responsibility
I'm not convinced it falls to any of the playing staff. I'm not convinced it falls to the coaching staff.
What about the scorers,
See,
potentially?
that feels like it could be a nice extra bit of responsibility. Scorebook, pencils, flag.
It's Guthrie bowls here to Cam Green. A little bit shorter, turning around the corner, and that'll be the 150 up for Gloucestershire. So you can see the target there. It will be exactly 200 runs from this point onwards. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things that I've always been fascinated by, to be honest. And it's great to see, isn't it? Like, you see all the different flags over the course of the season. But yeah, if anybody knows the answer to that question, that's something which I've wondered, to be honest. And it has been sparked by seeing those flags here at Wantage Road this weekend. It's Guthrie bowls that one short, and Hammond attempts to pull it away.
Yeah, it's certainly looked less comfortable against Liam Guthrie, haven't they, Gloucestershire, in this? This is now his 5th over. He's conceded 20 runs, but again, he's picked up the massive wicket of Cameron Bancroft, and it's that extra pace on offer. It's just posed challenging for Hammond now and Green.
Guthrie to Hammond. It's edged. Just out of reach there of safe save. He couldn't get anywhere near it. Has it been shoveled back in? No, it hasn't. It's 4 more runs there for Miles Hammond. Slightly unfortunate that for Northamptonshire. Played it down, in fairness, did Hammond. He didn't have a big flash at the ball. And as a result of that, means that it doesn't go into the awaiting hands of safe Sabe. So 196 required at a touch over 5 runs per over. Tantalisingly poised here in Division 2, the Rothesay County Championship. It's Guthrie, that one short, and that is flayed away. Backward of points, 4 more runs there. Back-to-back boundaries for Miles Hammond, who has been in imperious touch. Really continuing to muscle the ball to all areas of the ground, and that one a lot more convincing.
It's commanding, wasn't it, as it's thrashed through point for 4. You say back-to-back boundaries. Crucial little moment here in the game as we get close to the tea interval on day 4. Hammond looking to take the forward step, isn't he? Get on the front foot for Gloucestershire. I think the next question really to be answered and pondered is, Gloucestershire have to increase their scoring rate and their intent. Does that generate opportunities for Northamptonshire with the ball just offering a little bit off the surface for the seamers?
I think it does, to be honest. And we saw that earlier in the morning session, didn't we, with Safe Sabe eventually departing. I mean, he was trying to look to up the ante, albeit in different circumstances, because he was trying to set up the run chase. But it does. It's always wickets, isn't it? It always adds that layer of jeopardy and uncertainty. So, yeah, 100%. And look, Northants have got to look at this and think they're 1 or 2 wickets away from completely changing the landscape of this run chase. We said it yesterday, 158 for 3. That looks great. You look as though you're building, you're in a commanding position. If this turns into 180 for 5, all of a sudden, it's a completely different perspective, isn't it? It's a different perception of who is actually in control of the run chase. So, yeah, they've just got to stick here, have Northamptonshire.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a big... What have we got? 6 overs, haven't we, remaining? Actually, we are going to get a change of bowling here, and I don't think many would have predicted this.
No, it's George Bartlett with the right arm orthodox. However, I don't mind it, in all honesty. I think this is more for Miles Hammond. It's to try and entice something, isn't it? It's almost like casting out the line and putting the bait on the end of it. Does he try and challenge that short boundary? Because if it does go into Miles Hammond's hitting arc, we know exactly what he's like. He will deposit it for 4 or 6. So maybe it's just a gamble here from Luke Proctor. He can see that the game is not necessarily meandering, but it's a little bit comfortable for these two so far. The partnership stands at 25. Definitely has been a fluent stand, this for the fourth wicket. But yeah, I think it's maybe predominantly to try and force something from Miles Hammond. Although if he gets Cam Green, I mean, that is a welcome bonus at this stage.
Yeah, there was one delivery, wasn't there, from Bartlett? I think he only bowled one over, but it really spat and turned away from Miles Hammond in that first innings.
Well, that's a full toss, and that's easy pickings there for Cam Green, who will scarper through rapidly for the single.
I know that George has been working incredibly hard on his bowling through the winter, yet to get a first-class wicket. There would be no better time to chalk one up and just update those stat sheets. Miles Hammond for 70. Be a lovely way to start that tally. As it is, just slides it down the leg side, and a good take from Lewis McManus.
That one watchfully played there by Hammond. Yet another one watched behind. Well, we have just had an answer to our previous question, courtesy of Dave in the live stream comments. It is the scorers who bring the flags. As Hammond clips that away off the pads. That will be another single to add to the tally, rounds out the 44th over. Though it does make an interesting point, actually, because the top of that Tudor Rose of Northamptonshire appears to be upside down.
Let's not dwell on that one. But yeah, I think you might be right.
Unless it's just our angle, to be honest, it might be. But yeah, there we go. At least we've got the answer to that question. So thank you for that, Dave. It is the scorers who bring it. It will be Liam Guthrie then to continue from the David Capel end. Still very much a spread field here for the Western Australian. He's got a gully in place here, as well as a slip in the form of Ricardo Vasconcelos. He's got a deep fine leg with George Bartlett and a deep backward square leg with Safe Sabe lurking out there on the boundary rope. It is Guthrie to Miles Hammond. That one is played defensively for no run.
Yes, a long spell this for Liam Guthrie. This is his 6th over. I don't think he's going to have many more than this in the tank, is he? 6 overs and then maybe another burst straight away after tea. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. But he certainly just feels like he possesses the skill set to make the life a little bit more uncomfortable for Hammond and Green.
Well played that by Miles Hammond. Another dot ball there. 190. A requirement here for Gloucestershire to make it back-to-back victories in the Rothesay County Championship. Of course, we've already seen those results in the second division. Glamorgan, Leicestershire, and today, Derbyshire victorious against Kent. Have really just thrown a cat amongst the pigeons, haven't they, in a promotion race which is continually heating up. It feels like we say that every single week as Guthrie bowls here to Hammond, thinks about playing the pull shot, pulls away from it in the end. But I'll tell you what, I think you've got to be a very brave individual to say who will finish in second place in Division 2, because it really is, I'd say, at least a 4-horse race.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. And I wouldn't say that any of those counties are particularly out of it anyway. He's got a couple of good results and a bit of momentum behind one county or another. You find yourself flying up the table, particularly as obviously teams will start playing against one another again and taking points off one another in that well, it's almost in thirds, isn't it? The Red Bull season with that block of 2 in the middle of the blast, which always felt quite perplexing to me. I assume they must be the Kookaburra rounds, are they? Are they 2 of the Kookaburra rounds, the ones in June?
Yes, yeah. So the point of those is to initially to bring the spinners into play a little bit more. That was part of
because they've had such a hard time of it at the start of this year, haven't they? In the end.
Well, Harrison's had a fantastic time, hasn't he? As Guthrie in here to Hammonds, and that one again is just thumped down towards the deep third boundary, smacks into the Jackson Grundy advertising boards there, and it's 4 more runs for Miles Hammond, who continues to rack these 4s up for fun. Really threw the hands at that one. It's a powerful shot, looking to Pearson penetrate that gap, and does so with great success.
I think with that extra pace, you get it slightly wrong, but you flash that hard at it. The fact that there is not much protection in the cordon, it's going to race away regardless of where it goes. That is a fantastic shot. That's going to be another 4. That perfectly dissects Zabe and Bartlett down here on the deep leg side boundary, and it's back-to-back boundaries to finish the over. And what I dare say is the spell from Liam Guthrie. Let's not forget, it might have gone for 37, those 6 overs, but he did get the big wicket of Cameron Bancroft for 60.
Yes, he did. And of course, the wicket of Ben Charlesworth a little bit earlier on as well. So you can see the logic, the reasoning, the rationale behind it from Luke Proctor, but has been expensive, especially in that over as Miles Hammond looks to accelerate this scoring rates even more. You can see the equation there, 182 from 36 overs. 5.06 is the requirement as George Bartlett is handed the ball by his captain. A little bit of dialogue there between the former Somerset and former Lancashire men, respectively. And it will be Cam Green to face the first ball of this second over from George Bartlett. Went for just 2 from his first 6 deliveries as Proctor perches himself at long on. Quite straight as well, it has to be said. He's not too wide. Looking for that straight hit for Cam Green. Here is George Bartlett looking to flight that one, and it's just squeezed out towards deep square leg. Safe save doing the fielding on that occasion. Well, that's a full toss. There'll be a quick single here. Proctor just couldn't get it under control. Allows for Hammond to rotate that strike. Moves on to 80 from 98. Really has been a fine hand this played by the Gloucestershire number 4. Spoke about it before. He has had some good efforts in 2025. The 97 against Lancashire immediately springs to mind. Bartlett bowls here to Cam Green. Be another single, just farming the strike, these two very nicely. And of course, we've spoken about this at length over the duration of the game, but that blistering 112 from 133 deliveries in what was a thumping victory here for Gloucestershire in 2024, the winning margin at 256 runs. It won't be that commanding this season because this game is tantalisingly poised. But of course, both sides absolutely desperate for a victory in this one. Bartlett around the wicket yet again, looking to impart a few more revs and a little bit of hesitation there between Hammond and Green. We haven't seen that too much, but a slight bit of indecision just creeping in to the minds of the Gloucestershire batters on that occasion. And of course, looking at the last time that Northamptonshire beat Gloucestershire here in first-class cricket, and that was in 2018. It was a 10-wicket victory on that occasion for the Tudor Rose. So that'd be a nice feather in the cap, wouldn't it, for Northamptonshire to bring that stretch to a halt. Well, this could be given, and it will be. George Bartlett, the golden arm strikes, and Miles Hammond has to go for 80. How crucial of a moment could this one be? Bartlett brought into the attack for a second over by his captain, Luke Proctor. And in the end, it has exactly the desired impact for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Gloucestershire lose a fourth. The visitors 171 for 4. And that will also be tea. Great moment that for George Bartlett, an inspired bit of captaincy with the matchup from Luke Proctor. Dan, what did you make of that?
Well, a first professional wicket for George Bartlett. I mean, I think line looks pretty good. Hammond, well, we're not going to be able to see whether he's got a little tickle on it or not, but I think the line is good. I certainly think it's going on to hit the stumps, and Hammond is going to have to be almost dragged off the field as he makes his way back to the locker room for an incredibly well-made 80 of 99 deliveries. And as you say, that is tea. That is tea. So Gloucestershire are 171 for 4 and will require 179 runs of 35.1 overs at just a fraction over 5 per over for the evening session. And Northamptonshire, well, they need 6 wickets. And, well, obviously we need to take a tea break. But I'm not sure who's won that session. I think it's Gloucestershire, but just that one on the stroke of tea there, it's just opened the game up again.
It has. The door wasn't firmly shut for Northamptonshire, but as a result of those 2 wickets, it remains definitely ajar. So, yeah, I think in the end, I would give it just in favour of Gloucestershire because of those runs from Bancroft and Hammond. But I tell you what, Northants now have given themselves a real chance. So we'll take a quick break here on the coverage. We'll have some tea ourselves, and we'll join you again in around about 15 to 20 minutes time as we have the evening session, the final session of this Herculean encounter between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire at Wantage Road.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
A very warm welcome back to Wantage Road as we head into the evening session on day 4 of this Rothesay County Championship clash between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire right here in the East Midlands. So in terms of the current state of the game, Gloucestershire were 171 for 4 at tea, losing Miles Hammond for 80, trapped LBW to George Bartlett on the very final delivery of the session. So that is the current state of affairs. And I'm delighted to be joined by Dan Jadzovic, who'll be taking you through the first 30 minutes here at Wantage Road as the covers are taken back off of the turf. Just having confirmation of who the new Gloucestershire man is, but we imagine it'll be James Bracey, to be honest, just looking at the batting order. Of course, still got Graham Van Buren and Tom Price, Zaman Akhtar still to come. But it will be. It is the number 25. It's the Gloucestershire wicketkeeper bats, James Bracey. But he'll be on the non-striker's end for this first delivery from Luke Proctor as Cam Green, who remains on 14, will face the first delivery after tea.
Yeah, nice little bonus that, wasn't it, for Northants? George Bartlett hadn't taken a first-class wicket in his career up until that penultimate or the final ball before tea. Removed Miles Hammond, LBW, with his off breaks. So the equation then, 35 overs, a minimum of which remain in the day's play. Gloucestershire require 179 runs and Northants require 6 wickets. As Luke Proctor comes in and they're going to take on Calvin Harrison for a quick single. Cam Green makes his ground. Something, yeah, as I say, I've not been convinced that Calvin Harrison's been fully fit over the course of this game so far. He's just pulled up a bit lame there on the back end of releasing that throw.
Well, the thing he kept on touching upon was the back stretching, wasn't it? He has been trying to keep very loose and limber throughout this game. So whether or not it is just a case of a bit of stiffness and soreness, he has bowled a lot of overs in this stint at Northamptonshire. But yeah, we hope that he's okay to continue bowling because he could prove to be an X factor in this evening session.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, it's a run off the first ball. It's Cam Green back defending that one. And yeah, Calvin Harrison just in front of us, just loosening that back up again. So Luke Proctor, I think I can see Harry Conway just trying to loosen the shoulders up down at mid-on. So whether we're going to get the big Australian to steam in from up the hill here at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Can the skipper pick up another one? Can he get another one of the big wickets for Gloucestershire? And it just feels like they don't get much bigger in every sense of the word than the Australian Cam Green. He was 118 not out yesterday evening when Gloucestershire declared their first innings at tea. 379 for 8 declared. 90 runs still behind Northamptonshire at that time. So clearly a conversation that the counties had and the think tanks had in order to just move the game along and allow both counties to chase a result on day 4, which I think both should be fantastically proud of that decision. Otherwise, it was certainly kind of making its way out to a pretty damp and meek draw, wasn't it?
Yeah, they should be commended, to be honest, and it has given us some great entertainment as we head into this evening session. The fact is, all results are still possible at this stage. We can but hope, though, that the rain stays away, because we did take a look at the forecast and the radar, especially over the tea interval. There is a band of cloud coming up from Banbury, so we can but hope that that misses Northampton and it doesn't play spoil sport in what should be a great run chase as Gloucestershire remain on 173 for 4 at the end of over number 47. Also, during the tea interval, we did have another result in Division 1 when Nottinghamshire have beaten Yorkshire by 163 runs at Headingley. Dylan Pennington getting 5 for, and former Northants loanee Liam Patterson-White chipping in with figures of 3 for 40. Also, very interestingly, Freddie McCann finished with figures of 1 for none in that game. So, yeah, the ideal spell that for an off-spin bowler.
Yeah, well, Northamptonshire have got their very own off-spin bowler to carry on. It's going to be George Bartlett with now a wicket to his name. 2 overs, 1 for 5. The wicket there of Hammond. He's got James Bracey on strike. He's going to be, well, searching to double that wickets tally now for George Bartlett. Obviously, they've got Harrison and Zabe. But Bartlett at the moment getting the nod, and Bracey opens his account with a gentle push out to safe Zabe at deep cover. So that's 3 runs ticked off the target then for Gloucestershire. We do have a firm cut-off, don't we, this evening at 6 o'clock. So there'll be incentive really for Northamptonshire just to get through these overs. Cam Green just takes his time to settle into his role after tea. It's a short ball. It's punched off the back foot down to Luke Proctor at mid-on. So 6 wickets for Northamptonshire, 176, 175 for Gloucestershire. It's well fielded by Liam Guthrie. What do you? Oh, sorry, you're just about to have a drink of water. I'll come back to that point. Come back to my question. That's poor timing on my behalf. Bartlett bowling with Vasconcelos at first slip. He's getting a little bit of turn. My question I was going to ask you, obviously you spent your time looking at the weather radar, and we'll see what happens on that one. We can't predict it, can we? We don't have a clue at the end of the day. But in terms of the result of this game, now with just one session left, has any of your thoughts changed? You said you were favouring the draw at the start of this innings. Has that changed at all? Is there either county here that's taken more of an impetus, or are you still on that draw result?
I still think I'm on the draw, just because if Gloucestershire lose a couple of wickets, I feel like they might just become a little bit more defensive in the approach. That's the luxury of first-class cricket, of course. It's not a case of you have to go out there and if you don't chase these runs down, you lose. You lose by X amount of runs, of course. You can just be defensive, be conservative towards the day's play and see the game out for those additional points. But I feel like Gloucestershire are in a good position, to be honest. 177 for 4. It's a decent start. It's a foundation to build off of. It is just those wickets which are just lingering in my mind. 4 wickets down. If Hammond was still out there, and let's say he could have reached a century and you've got that milestone, you've got that marker, that would have been a massive confidence boost for the side as well, and Northampton's heads may have started to drop. Because he's now out, it feels like 1 or 2 wickets and you're into that middle to lower order. So I'm still going with a draw, but what about yourself, Dan? How do you view this?
I'm not sure. That's why I asked you. But I will give it some thought. As Proctor continues, Bracey just turns that one off the hip and will come back for... No, he doesn't. He settles on the single. James Sales makes good grounds. I think if there was going to be a victor here, I think at the present moment, it feels like it might be slightly in favour of Gloucestershire. Slightly. But it almost feels a bit kind of a third between the 3 results. Probably the draw edges the 2 sides, and then I'd say Gloucestershire just edged Northamptonshire at the moment, but I don't think there's much in it. Cam Green is on strike now, and that is edged, but it is guided past Calvin Harrison, who gives chase. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's going to be 3 as Bracey comes down to the danger ends and completes the 3rd. So that's how I see it. But I don't think there's much in it either way.
No, there isn't. And look, this is the great thing about cricket. That pendulum can swing, can't it, in terms of what we think can happen. And who knows, we could be in store for something special here tonight. And Northampton could get these 6 wickets and it goes down as a great victory. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. But of course, we just hope that the weather stays fine.
Yeah, Proctor to Bracey. He did remove the Gloucestershire wicketkeeper in the first innings. James Bracey made 5 or 14 before he was caught in the slip cordon off the bowling of Luke Proctor. That one just held and offered to shape away, didn't it, on day 2? It's just caught the outside edge of the ever-reliable cricket bat of James Bracey. Be looking to make amends for that first innings failure. And that is driven through the offside. It was uppish, but it's going to run away for 4 down to the ground staff. Square of Gus Miller. And again, interestingly, Northamptonshire have just taken the protection up off that boundary with Bracey on strike. They conceded quite a few runs to Miles Hammond through that area earlier on today, but it was a lovely shot by James Bracey.
It was, and he's a fine cricketer, is the Bristolian. Very much Gloucestershire through and through. Absolutely adores this club.
Short ball pulled away. That's middled that by James Bracey. That's back-to-back boundaries. That's not got up at all from Luke Proctor. Bracey's done well to play that with such venom. And it is another 4 for Bracey. He moves on to 11 off just 9 balls.
Yep, and if you look at this over so far, 12 runs coming from it and not too much jeopardy, to be honest, in any of the shots. Even the edge of Cam Green, he opened up the bat face. It wasn't a genuine player miss which tickled the outside edge. It was almost premeditated with regards to the shot and where he was playing it. So, no, this is excellent stuff. And we all know James Bracey is an outstanding first-class cricketer. But let's not forget, an integral part of that T20 side which won the Blast last season as well.
He is. That's left well alone to end the over. So a fantastic set of 6 for Gloucestershire. As you said, 12 runs coming from the over. And the run rate just dropping a touch. It's exactly 5s now. It's 160 runs required from a minimum of 32. And we'll stress the word minimum. As George Bartlett continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's about to start his 3rd over. Obviously, Northamptonshire will possess the ability to start protecting the run rate, trying to make the boundary slightly harder to obtain for Gloucestershire. But I think option 1 for them will continue to be just to take wickets, won't it?
Yep, absolutely. That is the best way to stunt the growth of this scoreboard for Gloucestershire, and just sows a little bit of doubt into the minds of the visiting side. So, yeah, definitely. In terms of the order of the evening session for Northamptonshire, it's wickets, wickets, and more wickets.
Yeah, that's certainly what they're going to need. And Bartlett there just drops that one back of a length. I think you've got to be prepared to be driven, haven't you? Obviously, George Bartlett, a little bit part-time with the off breaks, but get it up there if you can. Try and target those footholes outside Bracey's off stump, and that is an attempt to get it up there. It's a full toss, which James Bracey can't get past Calvin Harrison, who finds himself at short cover now. One of the better fielders. Great set of hands for Calvin Harrison. And as I say, that commentator's curse does him dirty there. It's another full toss from George Bartlett. Harrison can't cut that one off as it's hit really hard at the South African in the covers there. So 2 runs off the first 3 balls. Green back on strike and defends to the bowler. I think it's going to be Conway to replace Proctor from the David Capel end, having the skipper just gone for 12 off that previous over. I'm curious as to see how long this spell from Bartlett lasts. As an appeal from McManus there, but Bracey, I don't think even left the crease.
No, he didn't. He was rooted firmly inside the crease, so no danger there whatsoever on the appeal.
2 good deliveries to end that over from Bartlett, though. Green just playing with the spin and turning it down to Proctor for a single. And it is going to be Harry Conway replacing the skipper from the David Capel ends. He whips the cap off, takes the pullover off as well. So it'll be the big Australian to replace the skipper, who's just hooked himself from the attack after that expensive over. And what you do get from Conway is control, don't you? 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25 in this 4th innings. Score now 193 for 4. So it's 157 required from 31 overs. And if Northamptonshire can just find a partnership here, a spell of bowling, say 6 overs, and they can bowl dry at both ends, then that run rate will quickly climb, won't it, up towards 6, and that becomes a slightly different conversation at the minute. Just knock the ball around for a little bit longer, Gloucestershire. So we'll have another think when we get almost halfway through this session, 5 p.m. It's nicely played, nicely fielded by James Sales. The only downside to Harry Conway with the spell is it will just slow the over rate down. It's a long run up for the big Aussie. And it's certainly a gentle stroll back to the end of his mark to continue his over. So it will just slow it down a touch. Down the leg side, half stopped by McManus. Come through for a leg bite. I'm curious here. There's, 31 overs to go before this one with an hour and 45 minutes on the clock. That's 16 overs an hour. So the chance of getting them all in is going to be pretty tough, isn't it? Unless we get a period of spin from both ends.
I hope that we see a period of spin from both ends, to be honest. I would quite like to see that, with Safe Sabre especially being brought into the attack alongside Calvin Harrison, but we'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Yeah, I just noticed a few drips of rain on the window in front of us here, Aaron, as well. It is just drifting across, isn't it, from Banbury? Hopefully that's as bad as it gets, but the umpire at square leg has already had a glance over his shoulder to see what might be coming over the row of terraced houses here in Northampton as Conway runs into bowl to James Bracey. That one defended back to the bowler. Bracey now 12 off 13, Green 22 off 41. The conversation and discourse between standing umpire and Luke Proctor. Not quite sure what that one's about, but to be honest with you, I don't think either set of players will want to come off in this fixture. I don't think anyone will want to lose time. One turned away nicely by the keeper. They'll look for a couple, and Green will just settle on the single. Doesn't benefit anyone, really, does it? All it does is just cement the likelihood of that draw happening.
Exactly, and even the draw of being, of course, between the two sides, Gloucestershire would be the happier with those 8 points. They're gunning for the win here. They'd love to be victorious, but it goes back to what Mark Lane said with regards to this final block of fixtures. He wants them to be in and around the mix, and even though it would be a pretty big gap, if it was to be just 8 points, Gloucestershire would be around the 88-point mark. You got Derbyshire on 107. At least they are still in with a sniff.
Yeah, left alone by Cam Green. I think Harry Conway might have just had a conversation with the umpire about that danger area of the cricket strip, as he's just taken an exaggerated step to the right to make sure he gets off it and wanders back down on one of the other strips here on the square and has a good old chuckle with his captain, Luke Proctor, when he gets to the end of his mark as well. Bit of a wind-up merchant, I reckon, Harry Conway, with Cam Green on strike, and that's defended down the ground. They're going to take on the fielder and come through for a comfortable single. I think it's George Bartlett there that finds himself at mid-on. End of the over then. 196 for 4. 51 overs now have been bowled in this innings. And it's going to be 154 runs off exactly 30 overs, which will be a run rate of just over 5.1 for the remainder of the day's play. Just a reminder, there's a minimum of 30 overs left here at Wantage Road. We are going to get a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end as well. George Bartlett's enterprising spell of off-spin comes to an end. He finishes 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13, broke that partnership. Hammond for 80, LBW. He batted for 101 deliveries with 10 fours and a 6. Just broke that partnership on the striker tee. So we're going to go back to the leg spinner of Calvin Harrison. 18 overs, 1 maiden, none for 56. He's currently wicketless in this innings. He took 4 in the first, and it still feels like he's going to have a part to play in the story here that's going to play out in Northampton on Bank Holiday Monday.
Well, it definitely does, and it does make things happen, as is the case with any leg spin bowler. And if he gets a wicket here, I'll tell you what, you'll see the tails will be up. You'll see men around the bats, and it will be Harrison to bowl here to Cam Green. Lovely fluent flash of the blade, that isn't it, from the Western Australian, who will convert that 1 into a 2. But of course, all it takes is for 1 delivery. This is the great thing about having a leg spinner in your bowling attack. All it takes is for 1 delivery, 1 ball to grip and purchase in the correct manner, and you get your breakthrough. You bring LBW, you bring bowled into play as a dismissal, as Harrison bowls again to Green. pushes that one only as far as short cover for no run. But that's what Harrison has to think here. And he's got to be patient. He's got to be persistent. He can't go searching for his wickets. But yeah, as long as he's metronomic, he's definitely in with a chance here as Green pads that one away for no run.
That's interesting from Cam Green. I don't necessarily know if the game's in. You only tend to kind of see that type of shot or lack of shot if the game's going nowhere, don't you? But it isn't. I would have thought Gloucestershire would have continued, or Cam Green will continue just to use the cricket bat. We've seen him do that twice now, haven't we? It's like umpires here just asking Calvin Harrison to make his way that he gets off and away from that danger area a bit quicker. Oh, it's gone. Calvin Harrison has got the breakthrough. Cam Green goes for 25. It's a bit of a drag down from Harrison, and Green could have hit it anywhere. As it is, he's hit it straight in the breadbasket of Gus Miller there at short cover. And out of, well, nowhere really, Harrison picks up his first in this fourth innings. Green is disgusted with himself as he walks off, punching the air. And Gloucestershire are 198 for 5 now, still requiring 152. And Northamptonshire now require 5 wickets.
Yep, that's the door opening, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? And honestly, it's a shame, to be honest, to see Cam Green depart from a neutral perspective. Of course, if you're a Northants fan, it'll be absolutely fantastic, won't it? The breakthrough that everybody is so desperately hoping for. But Cam Green has been an unbelievable signing. 3 centuries, a match-winning 67 not outs against Kent in Bristol. And that is the last that we'll see of him in the 2025 County Championship. He's got 118 not outs in the first innings, 25 in the second. Well, all I can say really is well played, Cam Green. He has been one of the signings of the summer. And I know for a fact that the fans of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, and I think a lot of people around the county circuits, will miss him dearly. But we hope that he comes back in 2026 and hopefully for a little bit of a longer spell as well. He's been inspired. I think that's the way I describe it. And that's also the way I describe Calvin Harrison's bowling. It comes back to that point. He was patient. He didn't go searching for that one. Yes, it's a little bit fortuitous compared to an absolute ripper of a leg break, which has castled the off stump of the right-hander. But you know what? He's just stuck in there. Proctor's also backed him as his captain. He's put fielders in the right place. And now you'll see with Calvin Harrison, he'll give it a little bit more revs, a little bit more rip, a little bit more tear. And tell you what, this really, really could be game on for Northamptonshire now.
Yeah, last ball of the over. Graham Van Buren, the new man for Gloucestershire, ever smiling through the grill of the Gloucestershire helmet, defends that back to the bowler. Round of applause for Calvin Harrison, his first wicket of the day. 1 for 58 from 19 overs now for the leg spinner. As you say, hopefully that just gives him a bit of confidence, adds a bit of venom to the leggies that he's serving up. And with 5 wickets remaining in this innings and 152 runs required for Gloucestershire, just wonder whether the team that might be marginally in front for a victory has just switched around there to Northamptonshire. It still feels like a draw would be likely, and unfortunately it feels like we might get a little bit more moisture to have to deal with and contend with in this game. It's Conway bowls to Bracey. It's just looking pretty gloomy, isn't it, over towards the town centre here in Northampton. Hopefully it doesn't materialise to anything, because we are building up to an almighty finish here at Wantage Road with an hour and 35 minutes remaining in the day. All 4 results still utterly possible here between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire in what's been a fantastic 4 days of county championship cricket. Bracey runs that one into the leg side. Van Buren runs the first one hard, but Sales attacks it. Keeps it down to just a single. Does feel now that if that rain does come, the team that will be most disappointed will be Northamptonshire. They've got 2 men at the crease who are relatively new in the innings. One, of course, Graham Van Buren, who's just faced 1 delivery, and Bracey's faced 16 himself. Up to just getting the field right. There's one thing I would say, Northamptonshire don't seem in a huge rush to get through these overs and make sure they get as many of them in as possible. And just fine-tuning the field here. Bartlett goes a touch wider and Sales gets pushed out to the boundary at deep backward point. That's well played, Graham Van Buren, and we'll get off the mark. Second time of asking. Vasconcelos there making good ground. Pick that one up. So 2 runs off the opening 3 deliveries of Conway's over here, and brings up the 200 for Gloucestershire as well. 200 for 5. So exactly 150 runs required for Gloucestershire. So another little mini milestone ticked off for the visitors. But you could hear, couldn't you, just a gentle ripple of applause from the Gloucestershire fans below us as Bracey defends that one into the offside. It just shows, I think, that there's nerves about, isn't there, from both sets of supporters in the ground. And I'm sure there are those of you that are watching this from home as well. We've gone from loud cheers of batted Hamo to a gentle round of applause to bring up the 200. Run rate now 5.3. Bracey on strike and leaves that alone. A good leave through to McManus. Is there any update on the radar? It's unfortunately, it looks like it's threatening, doesn't it? To drop some rain on us.
Yeah, it does look a little bit ominous, to be honest, between 4:30 and 4:45. But again, you never know. Hopefully it'll be taken away from us here at Wantage Road as Conway bowls here to James Bracey.
Yeah, well bowled, well played, well fielded. Good cricket all round to end the 53rd over. 200 for 5. Gloucestershire, as I said, require 150. Northamptonshire require 5 wickets.
Yep, also no real updates from the other county championship matches either. Still delayed by rain at New Road in the game between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. And down at the Oval, Surrey still haven't lost a further wicket. They are 236 for 5. The unfortunate news is from finals day in the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup. It's raining quite heavily in Taunton, apparently. So, yeah, the match between the Blaze and Lancashire very much affected by that. That's a great bit of fielding in there. Gus Miller, like a panther.
It certainly is. It's amazing what a catch can do for you, isn't it? There was a couple of moments before tea that he'd be disappointed by his standards, but that catch has given him a bit of life, as it would have done Calvin Harrison as well. But Van Buren gets on top of that one, plays it out to deep cover. Bit of extra bounce there from Calvin Harrison.
Yep, and in the women's T20I between England and the West Indies, England restricted to 144 for 5 in Chelmsford. In response, West Indies 10 for 1 in the 3rd over. Lauren Bell getting the first wicket there for the 3 Lions and a crown.
Bracey on strike. This is the angle. This is the matchup that I think Harrison will be excited about. Bowling into the rough there, and there is an appeal for LBW. It hits the pads, and umpire quickly gives the gentle shake of the head and brings about an end to that appeal. But there is turn there on offer for Calvin Harrison. That one again turns sharply into the body of Bracey, but probably just a touch too short as he plays that one off the back foot. It does feel if the leg spinner can bowl the majority to Bracey in this partnership, the right-hander, sweep shot which goes through Adi Sharma and splits the fielders on the boundary and goes all the way for 4 down towards the groundsman sheds there. There's the 5 runs off the over. Which for Northamptonshire isn't too bad because 5 runs isn't enough at the minute. Harrison's still got 1 delivery left in this over. And goes, oof, that wasn't far away from Sharma. But that is 6 off it. Bracey keeps the strike. He moves on to 19. And it's 206 for 5. So 144 runs required now from 27 overs. As Conway makes his way down towards the end of his mark in front of the Spencer Lounge at the David Capel end here at Wantage Road. I think what's nice about this Northamptonshire side at the moment is it feels like there's characters out there, and there'll be people out there that will be desperate to win this game of cricket. 2 overs, no maidens, none for 4 for Conway. He'll be looking to sign off with a bang for his county. And oh, wow, it's not carried, I don't think. It's a great bit of fielding by Calvin Harrison at first slip, who has the presence of mind to underarm that almost. Well, I don't know how he's got it back there, but just in case Bracey was outside of his grounds. It has come off the bat, hasn't it? Just in case Harrison's caught Bracey wandering outside of the crease. Presence of mind to gently get it back down there towards the stumps, but a good start to the over for Conway. That's a nice drive, but at Gus Miller. Hour and a half to go as the clock just creeps over to 4:30 on Monday afternoon. Day 4 of the County Championship clash between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. The only game remaining on in Division 2 of the 2025 Championship. Oh, and there's an appeal for LBW. I think it's high. Conway wasn't particularly interested, and if there's a man that loves an appeal for LBW, it's Harry Conway. I don't think he's going to miss the opportunity or give up the opportunity to ask the umpire the question. Oh, it's going to be a shame not to see him in that Northamptonshire shirt for any longer this season. He is a character, is Harry Conway. Good start to the over, though. 3 dot balls towards James Bracey. That one will be the single, just on top of the bounce, dropping it into the offside. And it feels like now that actually that run rate could become a factor here for the context of this game. Does James Bracey get frustrated by absorbing 3 dot balls? Is that something that will begin to play on the mind for the Gloucestershire batters? Only time will tell as to whether that is the case or not. But if they've got aspirations to be victorious here, then those dot balls are going to become painful. Van Buren takes a quick single on. He is rapid between the wickets, isn't he? Catches Bartlett on his heels at mid-on. One ball remaining in Conway's 13th over. Score is 208 for 5. 142 runs required for Gloucestershire. Last ball then of Conway's over. That is defended up to the Northamptonshire captain of Luke Proctor. So half an hour gone in this evening session. And it's all still on.
It definitely is. Yep. I think the only thing which can ruin it basically is the weather. I mean, we are continually looking out of the window here in the commentary position. There are some rather ominous looking clouds, but thankfully no major delays as of yet. So yeah, we'll keep on looking at the radar, and we'll also keep our fingers crossed, because we are in for a fascinating conclusion here. This is what 4-day cricket is all about. Games going the distance, and all 4 results theoretically being on the table. Here is Harrison bowling to Van Buren. It's a full toss. Work down towards Proctor. Launches that at the stumps with that cannon-like arm. I think Van Buren would have made his ground, to be honest. As Daniel alluded to, he is absolutely rapid between the wickets. Calvin Harrison now just having a slight tinkering of the field. Harry Conway brought to Well, he was initially going to deep backward square leg. Instead, he's now going back down to long leg. And there we go. A deep square leg is in place as well, just in case Bracey wants to go aerial on the sweep shot. It's Harrison to Bracey, played with soft hands back into the turf. And just to answer that previous question about James Bracey, I don't think he's the kind of character who will be too affected by dot balls, to be honest. That one a lot flatter, goes for the sweep shot, very fine indeed. It's spiralling down towards Harry Conway, who will cut that off for a single. I think he's mature enough to know that this game is still here to be won. That the run rate, as long as it's not touching anything ridiculous like 8 runs per over with 4 wickets left, he'll look at it and go, you know what, lads, this is achievable. It might be difficult, but he's certainly good enough to get the job done. So I don't think he'll be too pressurised by that, in all honesty. Definitely not the kind of character to appear flustered across any format of the game. But, of course, scoreboard pressure, it does funny things to people, doesn't it?
It certainly does. It certainly does. And, I mean, Van Buren's start to this innings, he's taken on some incredibly quick singles to the fielders at mid-on from both ends. And would that have happened if Gloucestershire weren't chasing a victory here? I don't know. I dare say they wouldn't have been.
Well, shouts of catch it again. It's just scooped over the top there from Graham Van Buren as Ricardo Vasconcelos gives chase. Will be 2 runs. Again, there is that rather pronounced and rapid acceleration between the crease from Van Buren to turn that 1 into a 2. End of the over. Gloucestershire 212 for 5. The requirement's 138 from those 25 overs. The run rate just a tickle over 5.5 per over as Harry Conway readies himself for another over from the David Capel ends.
Yeah, I certainly don't think this run rate has climbed in the way that Northamptonshire would have hoped. I think they would have quite liked to have had an extra run on that by now, with possibly up to 6.5 and over with the remaining 25 overs. But Gloucestershire have done really well to not absorb the maidens. How many has there even been in the innings between the 6 Northamptonshire bowlers? There's been 5 maidens bowled across the course of 56 overs.
Here is Conway bowling around the wicket to Bracey, who flashes the bat at that one. Ball races away down towards safe say, but deep backward point for a single.
I think the big tick in the right box for Northamptonshire is it's still only 5 extras on the board. So it's been a really disciplined bowling attack for Northamptonshire, if not being able to just tie up an end or delay the scoring rate.
Conway this time to Graham Van Buren. That one played defensively. Just an update from the nation's capital. At the Oval, Surrey have lost a 6th. Sam Curran, the latest man to depart for 77 from 121. Jamie Porter has got that wicket. It's his 4th overall. So, I mean, is there one final twist in the tail at the Oval? Surrey would require 174 runs off 22 overs, but the run rate now touching nearly 8 per over if they were to win that. So not looking likely to stay at the top of Division 1 as Conway charges in here, bowls it a little bit shorter. That's well played by Van Buren, just turns it around the corner and darts off with a quick single. But yeah, that is looking like one heck of a run chase if the defending champions are to win that. And if they don't, just allows for Notts to maintain their position at the top of the table.
Yeah, and the other game that's currently still active is over at Worcester, isn't it? And both counties there will be looking at the skies. Worcester will be hoping it keeps raining. Warwickshire will be hoping they can get back on.
Well, that's edged and taken. What a catch that is from Calvin Harrison, diving to his left like a leopard in the slips. And Harry Conway, he's fired up. He's hungry for wickets. He's hungry to finish this stint at Northamptonshire with a match-winning performance. And that is another big wicket. James Bracey gone. He goes for 22 from 32 deliveries. Gloucestershire 214 for 6. And speaking of the overheads, Northamptonshire desperate for it to stay dry because they're 4 wickets away potentially from getting the victory here at Wantage Road.
Jeez, he's got good hands, hasn't he, Calvin Harrison? Just plucking flies out there. That's an absolute screamer again at slip. What a fantastic catch. I am slightly concerned about the weather, though, Aaron. It's gloomy out there. There is raindrops on the window in front of us, and they're getting a little bit heavier. And I think if whoever's coming out next for Gloucestershire, Tom Price, will just make sure that he takes as long as he possibly can to get out to the middle and just see what materializes with this shower, because I think it looks pretty similar to what we had when we had that funny little 5 minutes. But surely you've got to try and stay out there as an umpiring pair. The results are still on. I know Gloucestershire now have only got 4 wickets remaining, but they've got proper batters here. Van Buren, Price, Zaman Akhtar. They're all good cricketers.
They are. The rain is just getting a little bit heavier. We can tell by the glass here, and you can see the body language of the umpires as well. As you said, Tom Price taking his time to enter the middle, but yeah, the rain is now beginning to come down a lot harder. It's still very breezy and blustery, and we can but hope that this is a passing shower. This is not the end that anybody wants, to be honest, for this game. It's been such an enticing and captivating game of cricket. It's been 4-day cricket at its finest, and there we go. The umpires have seen enough. The covers will be brought on, so it will be another delay here at Wantage Road as a result of the inclement weather, which we hope does not play spoil sport as the umbrellas and jackets adorn the seats here at Wantage Road. The current state of the game at Gloucestershire, 214 for 6. They would require a further 136 runs from the final 24.2 overs if they are to emerge victorious. So we'll take a short break here on the coverage. We hope that it is just a passing shower, and when we return, we'll hopefully bring you the conclusion for what should be a fascinating and entertaining evening session here on day 4 at Wantage Road.
Okay then, folks. Unfortunately, the weather is victorious here at Northampton. The end of day 4, and what was shaping up to be an incredibly thrilling finish has been beaten by the rain.
Yeah, it has, and it's disappointing, to be honest. It's not been ridiculously heavy rain, but it's significant enough, as you've been able to see all the covers on, and unfortunately, the British weather has won. It's played spoil sport in the end, but either way, Dan, I mean, we have been treated to some excellent cricket, and yeah, it's just a shame that we've had a little bit of an anticlimax, isn't it?
Yeah, a couple of great hundreds from Safe Save and Cam Green over the course of the day, and a really, really good and sporting conversation and declaration between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire. The players they've been shaking hands across the balcony on the other side of the ground, and yeah, that's it. The state of the game was that Gloucestershire required 136 runs from 24 overs. Northamptonshire needed 4 wickets, and it still felt like all the results were on. But we looked at the radar. We didn't know which weather forecast to believe, and unfortunately, we got the wrong one, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. And look, it happens. It's disappointing. Unfortunately, we can't play in the rain. But yeah, I think for both sides, I mean, they can take plenty of positives. It's just a shame that in the end, that unfortunately the weather has ruined any chance of victory for either side. But either way, it's been an enjoyable 4 days. I don't think either of us can say opposite. But yeah, that is the end of the first round of championship fixtures, isn't it? The first block, the 7 rounds, been and there and gone. And yeah, now it's all eyes on the return of the Blast on the 1st of June.
Absolutely. And we will return here at Wantage Road on Sunday, the 1st of June for the double header. And that will be Northamptonshire versus Leicestershire in the Vitality Blast. So yeah, not much left to say, but Aaron, thank you so much for your company over the course of the 4 days. Thank you everybody for tuning in and watching and hopefully enjoying the stream and the cricket. And yeah, we'll see you on Sunday for a change of pace.